Alrighty, so I'm actually all excited. Got a legal pad. I've got 20 plus videos queued. I've got news articles queued. I've got the chat bot running. I think I started the show properly today. I think so. I worked on an interesting article. I pushed out a TikTok this morning. I put out a video game a video this morning. It's like all it took was putting things on a color-coded grid. Like, you can't work on anything else right now. Like, you have to work on this right now. It's basically like building myself a tasker tool. Like, you have to get this done. When this is done, you can work on anything else you want. I realize I have like 900 projects started. So I'm gonna I have like 87 pages of a novel written. I have like a complete novel written, just sitting in my in a folder in my bedroom. I wrote that thing years ago. So yeah, red items first, orange second, yellow thirds. Don't you freaking dare work on the greens. Kind of. Get up in the morning. Do you have the TikTok video done? No. Make the TikTok video. Did you make the TikTok video last night? Yes. Load it. Put it on YouTube Shorts. Put it on Instagram. What's the next task? I mean, and it's simple. And you think I would know this. But I spend someone will ping me, someone will PM me, and they'll be like, I need help on this. So I'll spend like 30, 45 minutes researching that. And then once human, they pay the network. They pay us to stream it. They pay us to make videos. So why aren't I making more videos and getting paid more money? Also, the thing that I switched, the big one, writing a physical, tangible article now. Before I do anything else really helps, because then my notes are all over the place, like stuff like this. I take notes and then it gets thrown on I stop doing that. All my notes go on a notepad. When I'm done with that section, tear that off the notepad, staple it together, put it in a filing cabinet. If I need to reference it back in the next week, great. If not, throw them out. We're gonna get organized here. I got some projects I want to get done, and since I might only have a couple of years left with all these health conditions, we're gonna knock some stuff out. The first thing I want to talk about today is our entire government is broken. If you haven't heard, I'm sure you probably did hear, but if you haven't heard, there was an Indian truck driver in Florida. Indian truck driver made an illegal U-turn, killed 3 people. Let me say this with all seriousness. I don't care what political parties were involved. I don't care who was involved. Every single person in charge of any organization between Florida and California where that guy got his license, they need to be held criminally culpable, and they just got to do the come clean. If you're not aware of this, there are federal regulations on things and there are state regulations on things. And a federal regulation on something cannot be waived by the state. A CDL license is a federal thing. It is 383.71 under Title 49 CFR's Code of Federal Regulations. There are very, very specific things that you can and cannot do. And the big one is The person must provide to the state proof of citizenship or lawful permanent residency as specified in Table 1. The person must provide proof that the state to which the application is made is his or her state of domicile. Acceptable proof of domicile is a document with the person's name and residential address with the state, such as a government-issued tax form. You are required by law, by federal law, to be a lawful citizen, a resident alien, or an individual that has the authority to work in the United States before you can get your CDL. Now, to let you know what a fucked up system this is, I have had military members from Canada who could not get their job in the military was vehicle operations, but because there was a little bit of a hiccup with their residency, because we let people from Canada join the United States military. It's a path to citizenship, but it takes a minute. I've actually, as the flight commander, as the signatory, gotten the kickback that says this person is ineligible under this Code of Federal Regulations. Now, please, for the love of God, can somebody explain to me how a uniformed member of the military service can't get a CDL, but a foreigner who only answered 2 out of 12 questions correctly on the required English component was given theirs? It's number 8, CDL.
Well, it turns out that everything is way worse than we thought. A federal report was just done on the illegal immigrant who killed 3 people in a car crash. So during an interview with federal investigators, it turns out that this driver completely failed an English language assessment. He only got 2 out of the 12 verbal questions right. And he only correctly identified 1 out of 4 traffic signs. Now, low-key, some traffic signs still trip me up, but I digress. That means he was out on American roads behind the wheel of a commercial semi-truck without understanding basic road signs or safety instructions. But it gets worse. Apparently, he got his first commercial driver's license back in 23 from Washington State, even though asylum seekers are not eligible for that license under Washington federal law.
Okay, so people can understand this. And make me king, I swear to God, I'll fix this problem. This will be on like day 1. Why is it asylum seekers have no legal status? Put that in the back of your head. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Then in 2024, California gave him another commercial driver's license despite failing the English language proficiency test. The feds are now investigating how that was allowed to happen, but it's too late. 3 Floridians are dead. And further, in July of 2025, this guy was pulled over for speeding in New Mexico, but the officers failed to give him the required English language test. And New Mexico, by the way, is still apparently not enforcing that federal safety rule. This is what happens when you treat the rule of law like a suggestion. We're cracking down on this, guys. Following the law is no longer an option.
Okay. It's okay. Salty bread. You have to realize it's easy to get a driver's license, but we're not talking about a driver's license. We're talking about a CDL. We're talking about a commercial driver's license. These are 2 radically different things. It's easy to get a driver's license because, let's be honest, at the end of the day, driving a car isn't hard. But CDL, there's a lot of pieces to get a CDL. I never needed to get mine. I had endorsements on my my enlisted driver's license. I would have had to get my CDL if I had remained enlisted because I was pushing the limit of the stuff I needed to drive. I needed to be able to drive a bigger truck to go do medical deliveries and stuff. So I was going to be getting that. But we're not talking about driving a pickup truck, even a big ass truck. We're not talking about driving a deuce and a half. We're not talking about driving in the military. If you're not driving it off base, you don't have to have your CDL for a bus. We drive a modified version of a school bus called an ambulance bus, but we don't need to have our CDL because we're not operating in the on the public roadways. And even if we do, our government driver's license usually covers us. But all those things aside, getting a CDL for a 52-foot truck, it has a lot of requirements to it. And now we've got 2 Americans dead because a guy didn't know that you can't turn because he couldn't read the fucking sign. Florida crash, Indian trucker who killed 3 fails English road tests, answered only 2 correctly. An immigrant trucker faces charges for a fatal crash. He's accused of killing 3 people after making a reckless U-turn, badly flunked English fluency and road signs after the fatal crash. He could only identify 1 out of 4 highway signs. He's believed to have entered America illegally in 2018, was granted a commercial driver's license in California and Washington. It's the latest point of tension between Trump and Newsom. And the problem here is that you have a state. First of all, Gavin Newsom needs to be arrested. Not because I'm anti-Democrat, not because I'm pro-Trump, not because I'm MAGA. You, as the governor of the state, have a legal responsibility to, if not support immigration officials, to not interfere with immigration officials. Sanctuary cities are a federal offense. Interfering with immigrations and customs enforcement is a federal offense. It is not a matter of states' rights versus the federal government. States have absolutely no part of the immigration process. They don't get to override it. So guess what? Gavin, his Secretary of State, who generally oversees the Department of Motor Vehicles, the head of the Department of Motor Vehicles, the head of the office that approved that, anybody who signed off on that guy's CDL should be picked up and arrested for fucking murder. Did he happen to have that cert that lets him get into ports? Some trucking companies require that. I don't know. Because if he never was going into ports, he wouldn't have needed that particular certification. But the problem becomes, why is it that it seems like Americans are spun up about things that they shouldn't be? Like, you're an illegal alien. You're not supposed to be here. How did you get the license? If we can't trust the DMV should be one of those places that we pick up illegal aliens when they wander in there and we get rid of them. The courthouse is another one. Like, this whole argument about we're mad that ICE shows up to court to pick up people. Well, where the fuck do you want ICE to pick these people up at? Why are they allowed to get out of the courtroom? As I said the other day, in the majority, the numerical majority of cases, sentencing happens almost immediately after. Well, sentencing doesn't happen immediately. There's usually a gap, but in the majority of cases, your incarceration begins while awaiting sentencing. Unless the judge says, I'm releasing you because I have no intention of imposing incarceration, so off you go, come back for the rest of your sentencing, or you have a bunch of time served credit, go get your affairs in order and we'll figure out what we're gonna do. But there's a lot of people that when they get found guilty due to being a flight risk, your incarceration begins then, and they give you credit for those days. Why is it that the expectation then, why is the expectation that an illegal immigrant, and if a legal immigrant offends anybody, Tell me why it offends you. Because then if it's the word that offends you, we can change the word. If you find the word offensive, then unlawful intruder. Because people aren't illegal. You're right, people aren't illegal, and we're not calling them an illegal person. Alien is a non-native. That's all alien means. But people are like, I'm not an alien, I'm not from another planet. That would make you an extraterrestrial. But we got to get over it. Have I seen the video? I've seen tons of the different videos. It's fucking horrible. It's a situation that never should have happened. It never should have happened because it is like in New Mexico when he failed. In New Mexico, when he was stopped for speeding, he should have been administered the English test, which every truck driver gets. He should have been administered the sign spot quiz that every truck driver can be given. This isn't a racial thing. And guess what? I don't care who the fuck you are. If you can't read English, you have no business behind the wheel of a car. Period. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're foreign. I don't care if you're native born. If you can't read English, you shouldn't be behind the wheel of a car because you have to be able to read the warning signs that happen. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous to me that Americans are fighting to get rid of people who shouldn't be here. He's not even concerned. He's not look at his face. He's not even concerned. Like, whatever. If he couldn't read English, how did he get from California to Florida? The other guy in the cab? The other guy in the cab. Hey man, your turn's up here. What is it gonna take? What is it? I hope that the 3 Floridian families file a $10 billion lawsuit against the state of California. I would love to see this shit because it's what needs to happen. I would love to see the state of Florida, on behalf of the families of their residents, file a lawsuit against the state of California. What's it gonna take? This country is tearing itself apart over this illegal immigration issue, and it's a stupid fucking issue. Look, if you think illegal aliens deserve to be here, make an argument for it and tell me why. Oh, and the trucking company, absolutely. His GPS was set to his native language, probably. Yeah. Look, this bullshit, if you guys haven't read, I haven't read it in a long time, and I'm currently reading it. What I'm going to say to you all is this. There is a really important book that I'm reading and I'm going to be turning into content. If you haven't read this book, I'm gonna say this to you. That's not the book. That's still not the book. Why are you fucking with me? Oh my god. Oh my, what the fuck? Sometimes, man. Sometimes technology just doesn't want to work. If you haven't read 1984, if you've never read it, George Orwell, you need to read this fucking book. I'm in the middle of reading it again. This book is like George Orwell. Like, what is he, a time traveler? Did he have a crystal ball? Because there are passages of 1984 that I remember reading as a young man and saying that would never happen. Holy fuck. Within the first 2 sections, the 2 minutes of hate, I don't want to spoil anything because some of you may actually click on that link and buy the book, and I hope you do. But what the fuck? Like, what happened that that our rallies become like, our political rallies are rallies of hate? They're not rallies of hope. They're not rallies of hope. They're rallies of hate. Politicians are all lying to you. They're all lying to you. Politicians give you a 10-word answer because it gets you to vote for them. When I get elected into office, what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise the minimum wage. But that doesn't solve the problem. But then all the feel the burn people are running around saying, we need to raise the minimum wage. But raising the minimum wage, how does it fix the problem? Well, I don't know, because Bernie Sanders said so. Okay, Bernie Sanders said so. So you're following what Bernie Sanders said. But we've got a population in this country where somebody said this to me. So your argument is the poor needs to subsidize the economy to keep demand artificially low. Okay. I think we need to go back to the beginning on something in economics. I think we need to go back to supply and demand. Supply is that at the Range Rover place, they have 25 Range Rovers in stock. Demand is not every single person who wants a Range Rover. Demand is only those people who can afford, either through cash or through financing, a Range Rover. People have this misunderstanding of supply and demand. Want does not put a pull on the demand in the supply and demand system. I want a Lamborghini Diablo. I will never afford that because I could afford that, but then I couldn't afford anything else. Right? So my wanting one doesn't increase demand on the system. The poor already subsidize the economic machine because there's more poor people than there are rich people. But guess what? Everybody got to eat. Everybody has to eat. So every single well, except for the one girl who can't digest solid food. She gets a food bag, but she's still eating. Everybody's got to eat. Every single person in America is a consumer of food products. Not every single person in America is a consumer of Whole Foods. There's people talking about boycotting Aldi. The fuck is wrong with you? Why the fuck would you want to boycott Aldi? What the fuck did Aldi do to anybody? Open up stores in poverty-stricken areas to compete with the dollar store so that you can get more food for the same amount of money, but they don't have the same wide selection? What is people's fucking problem with Aldi? It's German engineering at the finest. 4 aisles, the fresh food. They don't have a big overhead because they only carry like Millville cereal, and then depending on who pays to put their product in Aldi. But they don't, you go into an Aldi, you go into a regular grocery store, the fucking cereal aisle is 1/2 of a full run aisle. It's the whole right hand side. And then on the other side, they have oatmeal breakfast bars, whatever the shit else that they put over there. In Aldi, there's like 12 cereals, maybe. It's like 4 and 4. You go to Aldi, they got chips, they got barbecue, they got regular, they got sour cream and onion. They might have Pringles, they might have Doritos, they might not. What is people's problem with Aldi? We're gonna boycott Aldi. Great, don't go to Aldi. Make it easier when I get there. What are people fucking mad about? It's like, not to make fun of people, because we shouldn't make fun of people. We shouldn't make fun of people. With that said, right? We shouldn't make fun of people. And I'm not advocating making fun of people. I'm not, I promise you. The problem here is this idea of tolerance has become nobody gets held accountable for anything they say or anything they do. Where's this guy that lost his... This guy lost his fucking shit. I showed you guys part of this the other day, and I'm going to show you the rest because I don't think people have ever been spanked. And I don't mean physically, I mean verbally. All the research says don't spank your kids. So this guy posts, and I'll show you the thread because I don't know why people think that they can get away with talking like a clown. I'm so pissed at Trump tax on SSDI, not veterans only, people over 65. I'm confused as to what you're pissed about. The law gives senior citizens a tax break. It doesn't affect veterans. It doesn't affect individuals on SSDI. There are no negatives. So then the guy responds with, I've been on retirement due to my injury since 25. So I and every Purple Heart vet recipient didn't pay enough to our government. We still have to pay tax on our SSDI. You pay me $16,000 a year and you tax me 10. Well, no, they don't. No, the fuck they don't. That you're bullshitting, you're lying. That doesn't happen. So you're telling me Purple Heart recipient deserves to pay tax on their SSDI? Yes, they do. I hate to tell you something. As a veteran, to a veteran, your Purple Heart is in this silo over here. Your Purple Heart doesn't mean shit in the civilian world. You got hurt serving your country in a combat zone. Congratulations. I got hurt serving my country, not in a combat zone. Cool. You seem like a great veteran advocate. So I go through, I talk to the guy, and what I said at the bottom was, right? You seem like the kind of asshole who yells at civilians like they owe you something. Look, don't give a shit. If you spell out what your problem is in a calm manner and give me the facts and figures so I can understand what your issue is, great. But you wrote this, and it says, is barely fucking English. How do you expect anybody to understand? This is what the guy says back to me. And it just shows... It just shows that people, they're outraged. But they don't know why they're outraged. I'll show you my taxes. My wife's a special ed teacher. I get $1,400 a month and pay half. Well, first of all, I thought a minute ago, what was it you said a minute ago? A minute ago, you said you get $16,000 a year and you pay 10. Now it's I only pay half. So the story's already changing. So you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, does anybody believe that when it comes to the American tax system, I don't know what I'm talking about? I always love the barely English comment. Hey, jackass, I have a head injury or a TBI. Well, which one is it? Do you have a head injury or a traumatic brain injury? But it's cool. I'll keep paying on taxes. Let me give you money every month to tax you half what we give you. Well, asshole, just so we're fucking clear, there have been many years in my life where, due to short-term capital gains taxes, income taxes, being over, not having the right deductions, I haven't ever paid half, but I've paid 42% on my fucking money. But here's the problem. The guy says, you don't know what you're talking about, right? Here you go. I do know your Social Security is filed on line 6A of the 1040. After you run publication 915, Social Security taxable benefit, your total Social Security on line 6 then gets reduced by $32,000 on line 9 and reduced by 50% on line 14. Like, look, I'm all for people being mad about taxes. You all should be mad. You should be every fucking political rally should turn into the chant of no more 13 cents, no more 13 cents, no more 13 cents. And it doesn't matter which senator or member of the House of Representatives is talking. Everybody should be chanting no more 13 cents. If you don't know what that is, 13 cents out of every tax dollar collected goes to pay interest, just interest, not principal, on the national debt. Imagine if you could pay 13% less in taxes. If your tax liability is $10,000, that's $1,300 that they could take away. I don't get how no one else is flipping out about other countries shutting down immigration, but the US does it and it's a fucking global meltdown. I saw a story about France and England. 100% turn away of all immigrants. Not one riot about it. You're right, not one riot about it. If you're not aware of this, 160 out of 170 countries that have written their constitution modeled it after the United States. But many of those countries put verbiage in there that clearly delineates the difference between a person and a citizen. Look, I think all people in a country should deserve due process. Yeah, the French are busy rioting about everything else, which is fair. But I mean, you're not wrong. But other countries specifically delineate and say a citizen is this, a traveler is this, an illegal alien is this. In the United States, where like everybody gets access to everything. All these states that have been saying for years and years and years, illegal aliens aren't on our Social Security. How can I say this? Remember I said we need to start separating out some programs or naming them differently so people understand? A great example is this. People are flipping their shit out because you have Social Security, age-related, you have SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance. This is paid for by the Social Security Trust. And then we have supplemental insurance, and this is paid for out of the tax fund. Well, then we shouldn't have SSDI, SSI. Because it confuses people. Because Social Security Disability Insurance, supplemental, every single time. It is supplemental security income. This needs a new name. Naming things matter. Naming things absolutely matters. We need to change the name of SSI so people don't think that they're paying for it. It's unreal. We have long since cleared a lot of the citizen resident traveler loopholes. Those kind of laws were fixed in a day. A few centuries goes by a king that got irritated. Yeah, and that is, thank you for that comment, because that comment branches. How the fuck does anything get done? How does anything get done when Congress never does anything? Congress wants to be up in people's shit, which they should be. But I want to be up in Congress's business and say, why are you guys conducting any other business when you haven't passed a balanced budget? Well, we passed the big beautiful bill. Yeah, which is in no fucking way balanced. It's so fucking dumb. It's so dumb. We need to fix that shit first. Well, why is the president of the United States running around signing all these executive orders? No, our Congress can effectively handle a country as large as the United States. It absolutely can. Because it only passes federal law. Each one of the states has a state legislature that passes state level law. They're not dealing with piddly shit Oregon school district problems in Washington, D.C. They're dealing with Oregon school district problems in the Oregon state legislature. So we have two levels of government. There's no problem with a country as large as the United States. That's not the issue. The issue is they're not held to task on anything else. They should not be allowed to conduct any other business until we have a balanced budget. And a balanced budget is a budget that does not increase the national debt. Well, then we'd have to take away services from people. Good. I would rather take services away from everybody for 5 years rather than have this country collapse. Do you have any idea the fucking global ramifications if the United States collapses? Shit. Want to remind everybody of a couple of scary little facts. We have military individuals, singleton people, in charge of their own little military that is bigger than some countries' militaries. We have states in America that are in charge of militaries bigger than some countries' militaries. I don't want the United... And we have 11 motherfuckers rolling around in command of aircraft carriers. Imagine if we fragment and people start creating their own. You think we get warlords? Yeah. Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely I do. Abso-fucking-lutely. Want to flip over to this one. We're going to talk about people's money. Today, my TikTok response is on this particular video.
I just need somebody else to tell me that they're living paycheck to paycheck and putting themselves into credit card debt out of necessity, not because of fun.
Okay, if you're living paycheck to paycheck and you're putting stuff on credit card and you're in credit card debt, that is a problem. That is a problem. The two problems here is that you don't have a good enough job and you're living outside your means, right?
I am 28 years old. I work a decent paying job. I love my job.
Okay, I love the enthusiasm that you love your job, but you loving your job in no way correlates to whether or not you have a decent paying job. I loved being a school teacher. School teachers don't get paid dick. Catholic school teachers get paid less. I loved being a school teacher. It was great. I wouldn't have done it for very long.
I make good income.
Okay, do you make decent income or good income?
We have no kids, me and my fiance, and we're still barely scraping by. Our bills are paid, but we can't save any money.
If your bills are paid and you can't save any money, then you don't have a good job and you don't have a decent job.
We can't go on vacation.
What the fuck does vacation have to do with, like, a vacation is a luxury. A vacation is a luxury.
I mean, we do little things here and there, but realistically, we don't really do anything. And we still live paycheck to paycheck, okay? I don't understand how people with kids are doing this. Props to y'all. I mean, seriously, the utmost respect, because I feel like I'm drowning and I only have cats. Any money that we're able to save ends up getting spent on the car, or the cat has to go to the vet, or one of us has a medical emergency. All
right, I'm going to break this down real quick because I don't think people understand this. If you have a known scheduled bill, that bill needs to be paid out of your needs slice for the month. If you have an emergency, then that comes out of your savings. But I don't think people understand what the needs slice is.
It's just gone. It's gone. I don't understand. We don't live beyond our means. Are we all just collectively putting ourselves into debt because I don't know what else to do?
Well, I know what to do. The first thing you do is this. And I'm working on this article after the show. I've got about a third of it written. I'm doing the examples. Yeah, if you're a dink and you can't, if you're a dink, double income, no kids, and you can't afford to save, then you're a dink, double income, no knowledge. Abso-fucking-lutely. 40% goes to your needs. 30% goes to savings. And then 30% or your leftover, that's what you get to spend on your wants. You need to look at your vet bill total last year, divided by 12, and add it to your budget. Fuck, ding, 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 ding. That's called, I take that. The vet bill is a need. I'm going to take 1/12 of what I know my vet bill. I'm going to put that money's going to go into savings, but it's going to go into a specific savings line item called the vet money. This ain't fucking rocket science, but the problem is I don't blame her. And in the video I made today, I said I don't blame you because you've never been taught financial literacy. I had a person contact me yesterday and they said, the conversation was hilarious. The conversation made me fucking smile. Because all these scam artists are dumb. What'd she say to me? It's nice meeting you. Where are you chatting from? The third circle of hell. I'm working on my next promotion. That's nice. Where are you from? Just told you. Am from Utah. How is your financial life? Hope you are on the right track. Yep, I'm on the right track. No bills, totally liquid. Well, I have some better recommendations for you. Look, fucking AI scammer bot. If a person is totally liquid and they have no debt, what the fuck else can you recommend to that person? I have no debt. Yeah, the person who was scamming me. They're from Utah. The problem is, there are people who literally believe in these get rich quick things on TikTok. If a person has 2,000 videos, look at my TikTok. I make one TikTok a day. They don't do too well. Well, you have to invest in their stuff so they can make money. Right, exactly. If you have a person that says, I'm really, really successful, here's all my TikToks. Why are you making TikToks? Because it's the fastest platform to get monetized on? Is that because you don't really have all that money? I don't do this because I don't do this to get rich. I do this to help people. I say it all the time. If I was doing this to get rich, I would put a polo on. I wouldn't cuss. I wouldn't lose my shit on dumbasses. I would never say things that are mean. I would present myself the way I would present myself at a business meeting. But I'm not going to do any of that shit because I'm not going to fucking lie to you. If you're going to be a dumb fuck, I'm going to call you a dumb fuck because nobody has ever fucking hit you upside the head with a newspaper before. It's really easy to get rich quick. Make sure you're in the rich Uncle Will. Knock off the uncle. Get away with it. It's like Jeremy Irons says in the movie Margin Call. What have I said to you since the first day you sat in my office? There's 3 ways to get rich in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. And I don't cheat. And I like to think we have an awful lot of smart people working for us, but it is sure just a hell of a lot easier to be first. That's it. If you want to make a boatload of money, identify a problem, be the first person with the solution. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, because there are people that are buying into
somebody else.
this shit. And there should be a button on TikTok that I'm allowed to press that says this person is giving fraudulent advice.
Mortgage pop quiz time. If you have a mortgage and you have a $5,000 a month payment and you pay down half of your mortgage balance, what is your mortgage payment next month? It's still $5,000. Why is that? Well, because the payment is contractual. You're going to pay $5,000.
No, it's not because the payment is contractual. It's because the payment is amortized across the duration. It's great that you're almost there, but it's not great that you're walking around a baseball field making a TikTok about financial advice, and you already, first of all, you already fucked up by talking about a $5,000 a month mortgage. Let me help you out, guy with the baseball hat on. People with a $5,000 a month mortgage don't need your advice. People with a $5,000 a month mortgage, they're not scrolling TikTok to get advice from you.
No matter what, you're not changing the payment. You're cutting down the amount of time that you need to pay that mortgage for sure, but the payment stays the same. Now contrast that with example with a credit card. Now I'm not saying I love credit cards, far from it, but if you pay down half of your credit card balance all of a sudden, do you think your payment would be different next month? Yeah, it would definitely be different next month. It would be, if you cut down your balance by half, it'd be pretty much half the payment. So now imagine for a moment if you could stick your savings into your mortgage and it actually had the effect of reducing your mortgage payment. But if you needed that money, just like a savings account, you could take the money out. That's just one feature of an MFL loan.
No, it's not, you dumb fucking truck. It is not a feature of a microfinance loan, because you cannot set up a microfinance loan to handle your mortgage. What you're talking about is a HELOC, a home equity line of credit. You've confused the two. The second problem is the majority of people cannot get a HELOC as their primary line of financing on their home. Generally, what you can do is you can refinance your house when you have more than 50% of the equity, get a HELOC. So what you're doing is, I have a mortgage, I'm 50% of the way done. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a HELOC against my house for 50% of the value of my house. I'm going to take the money I get from the HELOC. I'm going to clear the mortgage, take this lien holder off, and now the bank is using my home as collateral against my HELOC. What he just described is the way a HELOC works. It's the way it is a home equity line of credit. Now, yes, it is very, very true what he's saying. And so I don't know if he stumbled into the right answer or if he actually knew and he confused HELOC with the other. But where's the financing that I did? Okay, so you have a mortgage. And we both have a $200,000 house. We both have a $200,000 house. Yours is financed as a typical mortgage, right? And I've worked the magic and I've refinanced mine, and we both have a 6% fixed, not 60. We both have a 6% fixed interest rate. We both accumulate 0.000164 in interest a day. We both accumulate that. Over 30 days, we both would accumulate $986.30. But the difference is, on the first of the month, when my paycheck comes, I dump my $5,000 paycheck against my HELOC. So what happens is, for the 1st through the 15th, I'm only paying interest on $195,000, because in a HELOC, your interest is factored per diem. Now, here's what most people don't understand. On a mortgage, your interest is factored per diem. They just don't tell you that because it is a pre-planned out repayment schedule. But if you've paid more on your mortgage than you were supposed to, it has reduced the per diem. But because you agreed to pay $5,000 a month, you're going to pay $5,000 a month, but you're saving interest off the back of the loan. All of this bullshit that people want to do back and forth with these HELOCs or these MFLs or these lines of financing. In this example, what the guy used and I extrapolated, you're going to do an awful lot of dicking around to save $12. Hey, appreciate the follow. To save $12.33. Also, the problem with a HELOC is that when you're locked up tight into a HELOC and life punches you in the face and you take $25,000 against your HELOC, you're paying 6% on that $25,000 and you're not realizing it is restructuring all your future payments. A mortgage sucks. It's a millstone. But it's the fucking discipline of building equity. This is the piece, if we can get the masses in here so I can teach them this one thing. Yes, it sucks having a mortgage. Yes, that bite out of your paycheck sucks. Yes, working a second job sucks. Yes, putting off that vacation sucks. But the faster you attack your mortgage, the sooner you get that wealth. For a person who does not own their own business, their paycheck is their greatest source of wealth. So get everybody else's grubby mitts off of your paycheck. Hey, get out of here, mortgage company. I already paid you off. Holy shit, do you know what it looks like? Do you know how fast you accumulate wealth when you're operating in the months after your mortgage? I was so thankful. My whole life I was disciplined. When the military decided to medically retire me, I had to go to a bunch of meetings because they're like, well, Captain, because we're going to be imposing this early retirement on you, we're going to be cutting your income drastically. Are you going to be okay with your mortgage? What fucking mortgage? And they're like, what do you mean? What fucking mortgage? I bought a house in Ohio. I came here. I mortgaged a house. I sold the house in Ohio. I immediately rolled the mortgage payment onto what I owed here, and I paid off my car. My house in Ohio, I bought this house for $175. I bought my house in Ohio sold for $211. I didn't. What I did was I took the money from that and I applied it to two debts. People are like, oh, I got all this money. No, you don't have any money. You moved, you sold your house, put 100% of your house sale on top of your new mortgage. When I retired, it was like nothing happened. Like, I gotta stop saying I watched, you guys are gonna laugh when I post the second TikTok video today. You're gonna laugh because you're gonna cry. It's so sad. I took the money that I got and I cleared all my debt. I got my first VA check and it was, lower than my captain's paycheck because I didn't have BAH on it. I didn't have BAS on it. It was 70% of my normal income, but it was 70% of my normal income with almost no tax liability on it because your VA disability is tax-free. Imagine if I dropped down to 70% income, but I still was saddled with credit card debt and car payments and a mortgage. Don't ever, if you are in debt, if you are carrying any debt, the only thing you should be doing, the only way you should be living your life if you have any debt is paying off your debt. We went to Disney World. Don't you guys owe like $175,000 on your mortgage? Oh yeah, I took a second mortgage against my house to take my kid to Disney World. We can't be friends anymore. Person was shocked. What do you mean we can't be friends anymore? I'm an eagle. I fly with eagles. I don't strut with pigeons. I can't be around you. What do you mean? I can't be around you. Because that's the most absurd shit I've ever heard. You're down almost 200 large on your mortgage and you took a second mortgage against your house? Well, yeah, I had to take a second mortgage. Why didn't you just put it on your credit cards? Oh, my credit cards are all maxed. I'm done with you. Fucking done with you. Like a good neighbor, Jalan isn't there. We gotta go. I can't be here no more. They aren't used to people who know what they need to know. That's because there's a ton of people who just don't. Right. And, oh, hold on. Your wife makes a very reasonable amount of money for a state worker. The first time I sat her down and she realized that once credit cards were paid off, she'd have $1,500 more a month. She got pretty excited just to get it paid off. Money due is an anchor. Not only that, when you're paying interest to somebody, that's your fucking money. The CEO is buying his yacht with your interest money. Well, CEOs shouldn't be able to buy yachts. Okay. Well, why don't we just get all the fucking consumers out of goddamn debt and so they're not paying interest? Just like you're giving the government 13% of every tax dollar for them to pay the interest on that debt. What if you just didn't carry debt? I'll tell you, I think it was Monday after the show. Yeah, Monday I had, let's load up our guns for a second. Why is it that I make this and I start to get organized and the universe starts kicking my ass? First of all, Monday after the show, I'm going through my emails. Ally Auto. Don't ever finance with Ally Auto. Never. Don't ever finance with these people. Don't ever finance with these people. This is the dumbest fucking company I've ever seen. They came along and they billed me. They literally billed me. And I was gonna call them. And I said, fuck it, because I don't have a payment due until April of 2027. I'm that far ahead on my payments. Well, it looks like interest rates are going to drop before my birthday. So I'm not going to have, it's not going to matter if I have an extra couple of thousand. Yeah, Ally's financials, fuck. I just like, nope, pay off the debt. I just paid it off. So I get done with that. Now, you want to know what some dumb motherfuckers are? On Monday, we get the notifications 2 days in advance for medical appointments to make sure you're clear, good to go. My daughter, the doctor's office calls me and says, your daughter can't come to her medical appointment on Wednesday. The fuck you mean? Well, she's got an insurance problem. So I called TRICARE. And I said, what's my daughter's insurance problem? They said, you never finished filling out the other health insurance. I said, yeah, she doesn't have other health insurance. Well, we have some in our system. We'll delete it. Well, we can't. Why? We need you to fill out a form. I went to the form. The form's bullshit. I said that to him. I was like, I'm gonna need to speak to a supervisor because your form is asking me to lie. I got the supervisor. I said, hey, your form is asking me to lie. They said, well, then have your daughter fill out the form. I said, I don't think you're hearing me. My daughter is 12. And she said, well, yeah, your daughter has to fill out the form. I said, my daughter is not the policyholder. I am. They said, yeah, but just put your daughter's name in the policyholder information. Hey, Misty P, you know that you're directing my daughter to commit a crime. She's like, what do you mean? I said, Illinois specifically has, because if there's a stupid law involving something, Illinois is going to have it. I said, Illinois has a law that you have to be 15 years old to get your own health insurance. This dumb bitch literally says, well, I'm not subject to Illinois law. I said, because we're on a recorded line, thank you. I said, because we're on a recorded line, let me help you out with something. You're on the phone with me. I'm in Illinois. My daughter is going to be filling out the form and faxing it in from Illinois at your direction. Although you are not physically present in Illinois right now, you are conducting business in Illinois right now. So she says to me, well, you're just going to have to do it this way. I said, Misty P, let's use some common sense. Let us employ our Greek logic. Why can't I write a memo for record and sign it and say the form doesn't work because of the way the form is structured? My daughter doesn't have other health insurance. Here's the letter. She said, well, that's not going to be sufficient. I said, Misty, I'm going to need to talk to your supervisor. She says, I'm as high as it goes. I said, well, I know that's not true because the CEO of your company is a man. Misty, help me out here. There's got to be a better workaround. And she's like, there's really not. I said, Misty, do you understand that tomorrow morning you're going to be getting a call from the Office of the Inspector General? Because this is bullshit and I have to report this because this is fraud. She's like, well, they're not going to do anything. All right, well, fuck. let's just fucking see. The Office of the Inspector General was, after about 2 minutes, they were like, of explaining, they're like, holy shit, write this down. I was like, I already have a 5-page properly formatted IG complaint for you. And they're like, really? And I'm like, yeah, it's already written. They're like, no way. And I'm like, yeah, it's written. I sent it to them. They normally don't call you back for like 45 days. They called me back and they're like, we might need you to come in and give a deposition. Wait, what? We're not even at one fucking processing day and we're talking about depositions. Some are going to jail. Like, what the fuck? You're going to jail. So then I thought that would be the only fucking sidewinder in my week. As you guys know, I take an injectable medication. I am afraid of needles. Not these kind of needles. And I'm not really afraid of giving myself subcutaneous injections. I'm afraid of intravenous needles. I had a bad experience. So 2 weeks ago, when I did my first injection, I had to go in and they taught me how to give myself injections. Taught. It's part of the fucking process. Whatever. Well, yesterday was supposed to be where I go in and I give myself the injection and they watch me. They don't interrupt unless I'm about to do something that will hurt me. And I'm like, fine, this should take 5 minutes. I get there. I check in. I wait 20 minutes. Now, I've told you guys I have PTSD. I'm neurodivergent. There were some assholes in the waiting room. They were really starting to piss me off. My doctor's office doesn't run late. They don't run late. I'm sitting there, 22 minutes, I go up to the counter. I was like, hey. No, it's not pinching my skin up. It's got to go into the muscle of my thigh. So you don't pinch, you plunge. Straight down, don't miss. So I go up to the counter. I was like, hey, I've been waiting. What's going on? Well, I could tell right away she fucked up. You ever know, you ever look at somebody and you know right away they've fucked up? I know exactly what happened. She didn't finish checking me in. She didn't hit the button. So the people in the back didn't know I was there. So they pulled the 11 o'clock patients. Well, then she goes in back. She doesn't tell me she didn't do this, but I know how a fucking doctor's office works. When you have 4 rooms as a doctor and your patients, your time slots are top of the hour 20 and 40. When I heard you call 4 patients, because I know my doctor's tech and I know my doctor's nurse, they called 4 patients. Now I walk up and I was like, what's going on? She got that deer in the headlights look. She went back and then she came back out front and she's like, it's going to be like 10 to 20 more minutes. They've got to do room swabs. Oh no, if you're doing room swabs, I'm not staying, because that phrase, I know what that phrase means. That room swabs is where somebody has had a communicable disease, lice or scabies in a room, and you've got to like sanitize, sterilize an exam room. And you got to do corner to corner, floor to ceiling, everything. I'm not going in that fucking room. I said, if that's the case, I'm not going to be able to stay because I have a conflicting appointment, because this was supposed to be a 5-minute appointment at 10:40 and I waited the 20 minutes. So go ahead and cancel it out. Well, she must not have checked me in until 11:02. Yeah. The best way to handle that is, I screwed up. Can you hang out or can I reschedule you? Yes. Now here's where it pisses me off. So I went home and I handed my wife the vial and the syringe and I said, can you draw up 100 units for me? And she did. Because that's how we were going to do it for the next 7 injections. So my wife just drew up my needle for me, stabbed myself in the leg, moved on. This morning I get the fucking email. You no-showed an appointment. Oh no, motherfuckers. Oh no, the fuck you did not. No, the fuck you did not. Fucking no-show me. So I called. And I said, hey, what the fuck? And they said, we don't issue no-shows for nurse appointments. And I said, oh really? Because then why am I calling you? Why am I calling you if you don't do that? Why am I on the phone with you? And so I called them and they said, oh, it's not a big deal. I said, well, it is a big deal because I receive federal health insurance and part of my particular compliance is that I don't miss appointments. They said, well, we would never report that. I said, well, first of all, you are reporting it because there's a whole fucking appointment that says missed. Second of all, you sent me I'm going to need a memo for record that says I didn't miss the appointment. The lady was like, well, I see when you arrived and I see when you tried to leave. I said, hold up a second. What does that say? Because I arrived at 10:35 for a 10:40 appointment because I checked in online. I don't have to be there 15 minutes early. And I left at 11:02 after being informed it would be a 20-minute wait. I'm going to transfer you to the girl at the front desk. Oh, fucking lovely. So she says, she starts doing the whole blah, blah, blah. She's like, well, there's nothing I can really do. And I said, well, that's an unacceptable answer. Yeah, I didn't miss my fucking appointment. You missed my appointment. Exactly. So then she says, she starts crying on the phone with me. Now I can only envision this, right? The big bad Jalon. The only thing I said is that's an unacceptable answer. There's nothing I can do. That's unacceptable. She said, she starts crying and she's like, well, I'll have the office manager. No, you're not going to have the fucking office manager call me because you and I both know you fucked up. Now you're probably on your final write-up for fucking up and you're not going to tell the office manager. So I called the fucking patient advocate, not to be an asshole, but I can only miss 3 total appointments a year before my insurance gets impacted. And I sure as shit ain't eating one. With my memory problems, I'm not eating one. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. It's not happening. I talked to the patient advocate. The patient advocate, this is what they said. Well, once you check in for an appointment, you have to give us a reasonable amount of time to see you. I said, great. Can I get a copy of your policy manual that says what that reasonable amount of time is? She's like, well, we don't really have it in writing. I said, well, don't you have signs everywhere in your health network that says, if you have waited more than 20 minutes for your appointment, please come up and talk to the desk. And she says, well, I know that we have that sign, but that sign really isn't based on one of our policies. Ma'am, if I check in at 10:35 for an appointment, when am I allowed to leave without getting a no-show? Because it sounds to me like you guys could keep me there all fucking day. I'm not a prisoner. I didn't lose my civil fucking liberties. And she's like, well, let me call the office manager and see what I can do. I said, hey, that sounds like a great idea. I'll be expecting a phone call back by 5 o'clock today, or I'll call the state's attorney general's office tomorrow and I'll see what they can do. Like, why the fuck has our society become a never-ending litany of cover your ass? My friend just got fired from her job, which sucks. But she fucked up. She was on a final write-up. She fucked up. She got fired. She calls me. She messaged me upset. And I said, what are you looking for? I'm not the sympathy guy. I fucked up and they spanked me. Why are you crying? You fucked up. They fired you. It's not like it was for some piddly shit either. What's the longest I've waited for an appointment? You mean after I've gotten there, checked in and waited? Like 2.5 hours. In the civilian world. Like they were running like 2.5 hours behind. Which is why I schedule the majority of my appointments for either first thing in the morning or first thing right after lunch. Because, and I've said this, like my therapist is late every fucking day. My therapist is always fucking late. And I said to her once, I said, I have a 9 o'clock appointment. I said, how long is my session? And she said, well, your session is 75 minutes. She's like, an average person's is 50 minutes. I said, okay. If you're supposed to have a 9 o'clock appointment and you don't even walk in until 9:03, takes you 5 more minutes to set down your coffee, turn on your computer. It's 9:08. Why not get to fucking work on time? Yeah, you gotta wait 2 hours for a 5 fucking minute appointment at neurology. See, this is where we run into all the bullshit. You can't, like, I check in, and if I leave at any point after checking in, you're still gonna give me a no-show? TikTok and financial advice should never be in the same sentence. Oh, I agree. 95% of people giving it is bullshit. I like this next one.
Mortgage pup.
This next one up in the agenda. For those of you that aren't... If you guys aren't familiar with the law is really technical.
What is one legal myth you wish people would stop believing? 1, 2, 3.
Okay, one of the biggest myths that I hear is that if they didn't read your Miranda, your case gets dismissed. That's not always true. There's other implications. We can suppress certain statements, but doesn't mean the whole case necessarily is going to go away. And one thing that...
Okay, I'm going to talk about that piece first. And if you're new to my channel and you've not been here before, shut the fuck up when talking to cops. Shut the fuck up. If you didn't call the cops, shut the fuck up. If a cop asks you a question, politely shut the fuck up. If they put you in handcuffs, absolutely shut the fuck up. If they start asking you questions, I'm invoking my right to remain silent. I need to speak to my attorney. I cannot talk to you. I've invoked. Until I speak to my attorney, I can't uninvoke. If you don't get read your Miranda rights, the only thing that happens is the trail from the tree begins. If you don't get read your Miranda rights, any statements that you make get suppressed. They become inadmissible. But that doesn't mean your whole case gets thrown out. Well, after speaking to Jalan, we went to his safety deposit box and we found 2 kilos of cocaine. Okay? Well, you didn't read me my Miranda rights. Right. So the cocaine is suppressed. Except if they can put inevitable discovery on it. If they can prove inevitable discovery, well, 2 days later, while Mr. Jalan was still incarcerated, we finally got around to processing a claim from the bank that said every time Mr. Jalan goes into the bank, they find residual white powder in the safety deposit box room. And we've been working on filing a warrant to open up his safety deposit box. Well, it doesn't matter that they violated my Miranda rights. They now can admit it because of inevitable discovery. The best thing is, shut the fuck up. It's like this. When you take your car to the mechanic, do you then try to walk out onto the mechanic floor and work on your car? No, you do not. When you're having surgery, do you sit upright and start changing things in your own chest? No, you trust the surgeon to do his job. So when you get arrested, shut the fuck up and let your lawyer do his job. And just because you don't understand why your lawyer is doing his job a certain way, remember, as I've told you, our whole legal system is fucking crooked, but sometimes it's crooked and it works for you. Sometimes it's crooked and it doesn't work for you. Sometimes your case doesn't seem like it's moving very far because it just so happened that this week your lawyer has 9 cases with your prosecuting attorney and he can't really deal yours this week. So he doesn't want to talk about yours this week because he wants to wait until he can deal. Like, he knows the prosecutor. He knows the prosecutor's in a shitty mood. He knows he can win your case at trial, but he should be able to get it kicked. But he knows the prosecutor's kid just died. He's not going to ask for a kick today because he knows the prosecutor's in a bad fucking mood. Now, I am not excusing the fact that a prosecutor being in a bad mood should affect your life, but it does because we're all human. This other one is really important.
I hear a lot is that people think an officer needs a reason to tell you to get out of your car. And that is absolutely not the case. An officer needs absolutely no reason to tell a driver or a passenger to get out of a lawfully stopped car. And if you don't do that, you just gave them a reason to arrest you, which only makes your problems worse. And that's why it's so important to have an attorney, so you can understand your rights and obligations.
Now, when people hear that one, the cop can pull you out of the car for any reason. So many people are going to argue. Let me help you out. Terry versus Ohio is the first case that starts this 4-case setup. Terry versus Ohio states that an officer, for his own safety, may perform a Terry frisk. What an officer may do, whether detained, consensual encounter, or non-consensual encounter, the officer may pat you down looking for anything that would compromise the officer's safety. So, officer pats me down and says, "Hey, what's that in your pocket?" And I say, "Well, it happens to be a legal lock blade." And the officer says, "Well, I need to see it." And so I take it out and I open it and I lay it across my palm, and it is in fact a legal lock blade. That's it. That's the end. That's as far as that officer's investigation into what was in my pocket goes. That's it. If they only discover something from a Terry frisk, it's admissible provided the rest of the encounter is righteous. And then you have Pennsylvania versus Mins, 1977, which states if the officer is fearful for his safety, he may remove the driver from the vehicle. This was followed up with Maryland versus Wilson in 1997, which then was ruled all passengers in a vehicle may be removed for officer safety. And then finally, Arizona versus Johnson, 2009, states if an officer pulls you out of a vehicle and you were pulled out of the vehicle and the stop was lawful, the officer may perform a Terry frisk on all the individuals that he pulls out of the vehicle. Now, here's where a couple of things come into play. Number one, a Terry frisk is only for weapons. If you have drugs, if you have other narcotics, if you have other illegal shit, they're not going to be able to admit it if they discover it during a Terry frisk. And they have to be able to reasonably articulate why they pulled you out. So they find you with a kilo of fucking blow. You're not getting your kilo of blow back, but they're not going to prosecute you because you're going to say, yeah, you patted me down, but you discovered the kilo of coke while patting me down. You pulled us all out of the car. After searching the car, there were no weapons. So although you have the right to pull us out of the car for your safety, because you never found anything that makes your pullout righteous for safety, you would never have inevitably found my kilo of blow taped to my back. And the judge is going to say, well, you're not getting your kilo of blow back, but they can't charge you. People have got to stop thinking. You have to be able to articulate that during the frisk, you knew immediately and without manipulation that the item was contraband. No, incorrect. Not on a Terry frisk. A Terry frisk is not for contraband. A Terry frisk is only for officer safety. A kilo of blow does not make the officer's life at risk. And literally, it sucks because officers say contraband all the time, but that's not what the Terry frisk is for. The Terry frisk is only for officer safety. If it doesn't feel like a knife, if it doesn't feel like a gun, if it doesn't feel like a chainsaw, the officer shouldn't ever fuck with it. You could know it's a kilo of blow. Terry frisk is often done with the back of the hand, and they use the back of the hand so that they can more reasonably say, because grabby, they more reasonably use the back of their hand because then they can say, yeah, on the back of my hand it felt solid. Now, if you're standing there with a kilo of blow and your buddy fucking pops for a gun, now the inevitable discovery is I detained all of the individuals because one asshole had a gun. Because they detain you, now they can pat you down. Now it's not a Terry frisk. Now it's a search, and now you get all the other things that they found it. So, that's why officers, they need more training. Plain field doctrine, the wording of contraband is appropriate, right? But it's plain feel. But if you're doing it under the guise of Terry versus Ohio, officer safety, contraband is not allowed. Terry versus Ohio is specifically for officer safety. I don't know how now. Needles, yeah. If with the back of his hand, he determines that you have needles in your pocket, he could detain you for that, and you'll be like, well, he's an IV drug user. It doesn't matter what the needles are for. A Missouri senator apparently wrote a book, and now Trump is telling people to buy it. This barely feels legal. The president prompting followers to purchase a product a political ally created. So, okay. I'm going to help you out because you're wrong. And you're wrong under 508 US 388 from 1993. It has to be immediately apparent. See, the words that you're using, you say you have to be able to articulate that during the frisk you knew immediately, okay, that the item was contraband. How would you know? That's why that when I write my examples, man, I write my examples very specifically. How would you know immediately and apparently what's in my back is a kilo? How would you know? IV needles, sure. A bottle of pills, how would you know? How would you articulate that? Only if you can articulate immediately apparent that it was contraband, then it doesn't violate my Fourth Amendment right. If the officer manipulates the object further to figure out what it is, that exceeds the Terry frisk, and the evidence is suppressed. That is why I've said, under the guise of Terry versus Ohio, a smart police officer is only going to go for weapons that he can articulate are a threat to me. Because you have no idea on a plain back of the hand touch of the small of my back if what's in the small of my back is cocaine or flour. And this is where officers, and this is what I'm going to tell you, officers keep fucking up because they keep overreaching. An IV needle, sure, but how do you know I haven't just given myself my injection of my own medication? How can you articulate and make it immediately apparent that what I have on me is contraband? And that's why Minnesota versus Dickerson basically says, in fucking foot stomped letters, immediately apparent. Because remember, you can't reach in my pockets. So how do you know what it is? How do you know what's in here? Is it narcotics? The moment you reach into my pocket, further manipulation, you've just suppressed it. Whether or not it's contraband. What about stopping people for suspicion of being illegal and making you get out of the car? Well, remember, in order to take you out of the car, it has to be a lawful stop. Is it a lawful stop for a local police officer to stop you on suspicion of being illegal? No, it is not. State police are not charged with immigration. County police are not charged with immigration. Local police are not charged with immigration. An ICE agent driving and you look like somebody and he pulls you over, that's a righteous stop. Because an ICE agent will testify, I visually believed this individual was Juan Sanchez. I stopped the vehicle because I have a warrant for Juan Sanchez. I approached a vehicle with 4 individuals in it. For my own safety, I had them exit the vehicle. Now, you can ask the driver for his ID because, except in California, you can ask the driver for his ID because in 49 states, the moment you're pulled over, they can ask you for your ID because you can always be asked. Okay, I'm going to help you out. It's nice that you were a police officer. Your point is to argue that the articulation, however, my point was that drugs or other contrabands are locatable during the frisk. Right. And they shouldn't be. So let me help you out. Let's roll this back to the beginning. What you're trying to do is argue from a position of bias because you were a police officer and you were still covered. It becomes a question of yes or no. No, your question was they are. Right. But the problem is you're advancing an agenda while I'm teaching what it's intended for. You're teaching a counter agenda due to bias, due to your position. And there's nothing wrong with positional bias, right? Plenty of officers have used training and experience citations and the items have not been thrown out in Texas. But where have they been thrown out? At the Supreme Court. Just because you win the case in Texas doesn't mean it's righteous. It just means the person runs out of money. Also, remember, our entire legal system is designed on the idea that 9 guilty men should go free before 1 innocent person goes to jail. And I'm glad you got there. And I'm going to put this up because this is exactly where you got. And this is exactly where the law says the cop is wrong. I never have to articulate why I had the needle. You had to articulate that not only did you suspect I had a needle, but you knew that the needle was narcotic contraband, not medicine contraband. And that's what all those cases pile on to the police officer. The idea that you could articulate items that could be relevant to other life needs is too ambiguous. No, it's not. It's not too ambiguous. It's what doctrine law is. It means I, as the person, am secure in my person and my papers and possessions. Yeah, for the officer to argue. Now, this is why I said we need to go back to the intention of Terry. If you ask me to remove the needles from my pocket because you fear for your safety, under Terry, that is a legal request. Hey, Mr. Jalan, you have a needle in your pocket. I'm going to ask you to take that needle out and put it on the hood of the car for the duration of the stop. Yeah, sure, no problem. The moment the officer says, well, what else is in your pocket? None your fucking business. Because you can't reach in my pocket. The point is, police officers, and you're like, yeah, there's been a lot of good ones. Yeah, there's been a lot of good ones. But unless you can give me a specific case I could look at, chances are there were other extenuating circumstances that allowed them to elevate the stop from a Terry frisk to a full search. It allowed them to elevate it from a Terry frisk to a full detainment. Once you're detained, they can take all the shit out of your pockets. As long as they can reasonably articulate why they stopped you and detained you, they can go through all your shit. Now, what I tell people all the time, I don't know where the fuck my Pendaflex went. It's around here somewhere. I must have been working on something. So I tell people all the time, if you have a backpack, they can't go through your backpack. They need a warrant to go through the backpack. If they didn't need a warrant to go through the backpack, why would police officers ever ask you, can I go through your backpack? Nope. Can I go through your backpack? Nope. Get a warrant. Mr. Jalan, can I open up your Pendaflex? Nope. You can feel it. You can Terry frisk it. Can't open it. Moment they open it, anything in there is inadmissible because I told them no. Another question. If a cop asks you, do you have anything that can poke me? Are you obligated to tell him? Yes. And here's why you're obligated to tell him. Because if they can ask you that question if they've detained you, and if they've detained you and they're 100% certain that they're lawful, they're going to get the shit out of your pockets one way or another. And the other is that you just won't have pockets anymore. They do have the authority to cut your pockets because they can't put you in a lockup with anything that would hurt another person. They can ask you, they can actually, once they detain you, they can change you. They can force you to change into basically into scrubs. And then they're going to look through your shit anyway. But that's why it's important to carry your shit in a sealable container, because then they need a warrant for it. It's why it's important to not have your biometrics on your phone. Your phone should never open by looking at it. Ever. The cops you can be in handcuffs, the cops can take your phone, open it, and they don't need a warrant. And I don't know why the Supreme Court ruled that you have no right to privacy over your biometrics. I don't know why they made that ruling. Why do I feel it's better for 9 guilty people to go free than 1 innocent person to go to jail? Because an innocent person should never be in jail. An innocent person should never go to jail. An innocent person going to jail means the entire system has failed. And I don't mean it's failed due to corruption. I just mean it's failed. But when you have officers that are abusing Terry versus Ohio, then the only ramification is to go back and just take away Terry versus Ohio. And this is the problem. I'm not against police officers. I think police officers have a very shitty job. But if you're in a room with 1 cop who's a murderer and 99 cops, you're in a room with 100 murderers. Because that is called guilt by association. If every cop knows that motherfucker is a murderer and nobody arrests him, then you're all fucking murderers. Because then you're covering it up. Can't you justify that guilty people shouldn't be on the street? No. The point is, why would we take the rights away from an innocent person just to get 9 convictions? I want the system. Yeah, you're asking the innocent person to sacrifice themselves. I don't want good cops to have to put up with all the bullshit that they have to put up with. Good cops. If you tell them you have something sharp, then why don't you have to let them search you? Nobody said you don't have to let them search you. If you have something sharp, and it depends on in what stage of detainment you're in. Remember, a cop can perform a Terry frisk when he's talking to you. You haven't been detained. A police officer at any point in any encounter, a Terry frisk is simply looking for weapons that impact the officer's safety. That's it. Now, you can refuse, and then that's very quickly going to change the nature of the stop. But an officer who's using Terry the way Terry is intended to be used is not abusing it. So they're not using it on just normal encounters. You don't see cops backhand Terry frisking every single person they talk to. Because if the officer is afraid of every single reason. The question is normally asked when an officer's already seen reason to search or frisk you. Whether you tell them if you have something sharp won't change the fact that they can do it. Right, if you tell them that you have something sharp, what they're going to ask is they're going to ask you to take it out of your pockets. If you're detained, they can search your pockets. If you're not detained yet, and this is where we have shitty officers. We have shitty officers because they know better and they're breaking the rules. And we have shitty officers because nobody should be a police officer without 2 years of training. Because you're asking police officers, like, they can start on the force, but a big part of their first 2 years should be learning how to be a patrolman, learning how to give traffic tickets, going back to school, learning how to do stops, going back to school. And that school doesn't have to be like 8 continuous weeks at the academy. It could be like a 3-day seminar where all the rookies have to go to this. But the problem is we don't have enough cops to cover the street when the rookies are getting trained. So we rely on OJT, on-the-job training. So the problem with OJT, and I'll show you the poison of OJT. The poisonous issue of OJT is this. This officer went to school. He's a training officer. He's an FTO. He's really, really good at his job. And over the course of his career, he trains these 3 people. And this person is really good, so all of his trainees are really good. And this person is really good, and all of his people are really good. Here's where the problem is. This person, through either incompetence or something other, mistrains 3 officers. And then as these officers grow and become FTOs, they train a whole nother generation of officers. And there's the problem. And this problem exists. Yeah, it's the telephone game. This problem exists in each and every single organization that relies on OJT. If an officer tries to use Terry in a consensual encounter, could you not refuse then? Yes. You can terminate the consensual encounter. I'm gonna conduct a Terry frisk. I'm gonna end this consensual encounter. I'm gonna leave now. Now the officer, a good officer, is gonna say, do I have any other reason to lawfully detain them? Do I have any other reasonable, articulatable suspicion? That reasonable articulatable suspicion could be, I have visually identified what I believe to be a firearm. Excuse me, Mr. Jalan, I understand you've wished to terminate the consensual encounter. I am now turning this into a detainment. I believe I have visually identified what is a firearm underneath your sweatshirt. At that point, he can perform a Terry frisk, but a smart officer is going to break, leave that question hanging for a second, and then I can turn around and say, well, you are correct. I do, in fact, have a firearm under my sweatshirt. I'm not going to reach for it, but I can produce you a, I can produce you a concealed carry permit. And you're absolutely right. That shit would get butchered in court. Well, it wouldn't necessarily get butchered in court. It would depend on a lot of things. Are we talking about a 20-year veteran? Or are we talking about a 6-month rookie? What led to the consensual encounter? Did that individual approach me or did I approach the individual? You're right that in a lot of cases it would get butchered because the judge would say, why did you turn a consensual encounter? That person approached you. So why did you suddenly turn it into it? Now, if they turned around and said, holy shit, that's clearly a fucking outline of a gun, but a bad officer is gonna escalate that to a 100. Mr. Jalan, yeah, I understand that we were having a consensual encounter and now I'm gonna detain you because I can reasonably articulate that I believe you have a firearm underneath your sweatshirt. Before he throws me up against the car, shit, you're right, officer. I do have a firearm under my sweatshirt. I have a current valid concealed carry. Would you like to run my concealed carry? Because what am I required when I have a concealed carry when questioned by police officers to do? Inform them I'm concealed carrying. Now, here's where the problem becomes. You say that shit would get butchered in court, but I already fucked up. Because when I approached you as the officer, concealed carry, I was supposed to that was supposed to be the first words out of my mouth. Hey, officer, just to let you know, I'm concealed carry. I see some kids over there breaking into a car. Because I've encountered the officer, I'm supposed to tell him I'm concealed carry. That's my interpretation. Not everybody agrees with that interpretation. I agree with that. This is why I believe in that interpretation. Because it says disclose. The officer wants to go home to his family tonight. I want to go home to my family tonight. And as soon as I say to the officer, I'm concealed carry, a good officer is going to say, okay, this is a law-abiding citizen. He's told me his concealed carry. The next words out of the officer's mouth are probably going to be something along the lines of, if you don't go for yours, I won't go for mine. What's up with the kids breaking into cars? But if I haven't told the officer that, and I turn around and he sees the gun, it's reasonable. It's reasonable. An officer can reasonably identify the outline of a firearm shoved into a waistband, shoved into a sweatshirt. Now, if I've got a big fucking double XL fucking uber duber hoodie on, that might not be reasonable. He certainly articulated it. I believe that I have visually identified a firearm underneath your sweatshirt. Now that passes. Suspicion. It is against the law to conceal carry without a concealed carry permit. So 2 of the 3 meet. 2 of the 3 meet easily. I do agree with you that it might get a little odd. It might get. I'll give you a better one. Let's make it a little bit more on the officer side. I approach the officer wearing a suit coat that's not buttoned, and I'm wearing a shoulder holster. That's a whole lot. Okay, so now it's way more reasonable. Well, I'm pretty certain I'm seeing a shoulder holster. But this is where we run into the problem of good cops police themselves. Good cops police themselves. Shitty cops that ruin it for everybody are the ones I'm talking about, are the ones that are like, well, I was conducting a Terry frisk and that's why you've got all these judges now that are just straight fucking pitching probable causes. You identified narcotics on a Terry frisk? That's what you wrote? Yeah. Tossed. Next. Dismissed with prejudice. Next. Because you can't. Now, the law says you can, but it's got to be some fucking crazy ass fucking reasonably apparent. Dude, you got a fucking dime bag hanging out of your back pocket. Let's see. I feel like people are too sensitive and forgiving towards criminals and seem to revel in a legal system that lets them get by on a loophole and having dumb officers. Hey, Jail, I'm gonna, it seems like you're struggling with this one. Ready? You're not doing anything to the officer. So he punches you in the face. And then as you start to fight back, he continues to punch you in the face while saying, stop resisting. Does the smell of marijuana affect the situation? Yes. But the officer, if he smells marijuana, he has his reasonable articulatable suspicion. Now, yes, we have 50 different states. We have 50 different rules. If an officer stops me and says, well, you seem to smell like marijuana, I'm going to say, yeah, I have a medical marijuana card. In other states, they pitch it. They say, no, that doesn't fly. And remember, what really sucks is you can have two neighboring towns that are in different counties, so they have different judges, and what they can get away with is, like, what side of the street are you on? We had this shit all the time in Chicago. Will County Road. South side of it was Will County, north side of it was Cook County. Nobody bothered arresting anybody on the north side of Will County Road because the Cook County judges are like, look, fucking Cook County jail is full. What are you fucking trying to do here? Are people randomly being punched by officers for no reason? Not often, but it happens. Not often. Officers, bad officers, and I'm not saying all cops do this. Bad officers do this. You've got me backed up as far as I can, so I put my hand up to maintain, because you shouldn't be inside this distance of me. So if I sit on the edge of my chair, right, I can put my hand up and I'm not touching you yet. I shouldn't put it in your face, but if I put my hand up, if you're backing me up and I've hit the wall and I put my hand up, hey, excuse me, I need personal space. Well, what you have is people are putting their hand up and they're making contact with the officer, and the officer is saying, well, they assaulted me. He didn't assault you. You were inside of what is considered personal space. But now that's an opinion, because we don't have a law on it. Did you raise a part of your body and make physical contact with the officer? Yes. By textbook definition, you have committed battery. Battery against a peace officer. Did you intend to? No. But is intention part of the arrest procedure or part of the prosecution procedure? It's part of the prosecution procedure. The officer can be reasonable, but if he's backing you into a corner, he's not. But aren't you throwing the baby out with the bathwater if you're basing the norm on some less than majority percentages of shitty officers? No, because I'm not advocating for changes. I'm not advocating for changes based on the behavior of shitty officers. I'm advocating for forcing officers to live by, because remember, you have the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. The Terry frisk, the spirit of the Terry frisk is officer safety. I want officers to not try to abuse the Terry frisk for other bullshit. because they shouldn't be. Otherwise, if we're going to do that, then let's throw out the Terry frisk, and then all the other officers will say, well, if you throw out the Terry frisk, you're putting me at risk. Your right to safety should absolutely never the fuck ever trump my due process. And since your brethren are using the Terry frisk to violate my Fourth Amendment rights, then fuck your safety, because I want my rights. And that's what we don't want in a society. We don't want that. At the same time, if there's a police officer acting like a jackass and nobody reports him and nobody corrects him, well then, sorry, you're going to lose the right to take people out of a car. And what happens as soon as you lose the right to take people out of a car? Then a cop walks up and gets blasted in the face by the guy in the back seat with a shotgun. And I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to live in that world either. I want to live in a world, because I'm naive and I live and I believe in a utopia. I want to live in a world where when you're speeding and the cop walks up to you, you already have your license, registration, proof of insurance out the window, and you look at the cop and you be like, you caught me. You caught the tater. I want people to just be like, you got caught speeding today, but you speed all the time. I want to live in a society where it's a reasonable request for the police officer to take you out of the car. So I want people who get asked to step out of the vehicle to step out of the vehicle without being an asshole. I want to live in a world where people understand the police are there to stop you from doing wrong. And if you would stop doing so much wrong, we wouldn't, because remember, every single time you create an opportunity for encounter, you're going to have defects. You're going to have encounters go wrong. For example, on average, drunk drivers have driven 50 or more times drunk before their first arrest. This beat slaps. This is Run and Gun from my album. Why I can't find it is a different question. This is DMCA free. Anybody can use it. All of my music on my all the music you hear on my shows, I own. But yeah, speeding is a way higher number. Here's the thing that people don't believe. I very rarely ever speed. The only time I exceed the speed limit, is when the goddamn truckers have like fucking 12 rigs in the right-hand lane, and you never know when one of the motherfuckers is gonna quick go into the left lane. I think it should be against the fucking law for trucks to ever use the left lane. Ever. For any fucking reason. For any reason. I also think that if your truck cannot do the speed limit, you should not be allowed to be moving without an escort. And then that escort, when there's trucks behind it, that escort truck, that fucking caution slow load, moves into the left-hand lane, and then all the other trucks can follow it to do the pass. Fucking truck drivers have become reckless. Not the good ones, but the assholes from California that don't even have CDLs, or they have fake CDLs, or they were given an asylum CDL. Cops have a shitty job, man. I want the law to be rewritten, right? I want the law to be rewritten so that police officers can more effectively do their job without sacrificing any of my 4th, 5th, 6th, or 8th Amendment rights. I understand a police officer wants to feel safe. I get it. At the same time, I've been a victim of bullshit policing because I got stopped and then I got paid for it because you stopped me for a suspicious person. Every single fucking cop that is on one of these First Amendment auditor channels, and they I'm stopping you because you're a suspicious person. Is that a crime? Yes. Is that felony or misdemeanor suspicious person? Because you just violated my civil liberties. Every fucking one of those cops that is on a First Amendment auditor's channel that does that shit should be immediately fucking busted back down to patrolman and have to fucking survive going back through the academy again. And they should have to pay to go back to the academy if they want to stay a cop. Look, being a suspicious person is not reasonable, articulatable suspicion of me committing a crime, because being a suspicious person isn't a crime in and of itself. And that's why it is called reasonable, articulatable suspicion. Who is the authority on what is reasonable? The judge is. The judge is. Because every hearing can have a probable cause hearing. Why did you detain Mr. Jalan? Because he looked suspicious. What was suspicious about him? He was wearing a black hoodie. He was wearing black sunglasses. He was wearing a black newsboy cap. He was wearing a black hoodie? Well, yeah, it was 5 o'clock in the morning. Why did he have sunglasses on? Because he has a medical condition. He was wearing a black hoodie? Well, no, his hoodie was had a white lettering on the sleeves, on the breast, and on the back. So a guy is wearing a fucking bright white glowing hoodie. He's got sunglasses on at 5 o'clock in the morning due to a medical condition, and he's got a hat on, and that made him suspicious. Yes. Get the fuck out of here. You're busted back to patrolman. That's not suspicious. There's nothing suspicious about that. And for everybody else, anybody that's ever been any of my brethren, my brothers from another mother who have been pulled over for driving while black or walking while black or living while black, no bullshit. There are some people that get stopped for just being black. Case in Texas, guy got stopped. Now, this is where I'm expecting our police officer to jump in, and here's where I'm going to tell you I'm on your side on this one. A kid jaywalked and got stopped, got frisked. They found a shit ton of weed on him. The judge threw it out because the judge said you stopped him for walking while black. Now, that is where the judge was wrong. As much as it sucks, jaywalking is a crime. That was a righteous stop. The individual did in fact commit a crime. They jaywalked. The problem is, the officer that stopped him had never, ever, ever, ever in his entire career written a jaywalking ticket. So now here is where it becomes bullshit. It sucks. When you say jaywalking, you're talking about crossing where there isn't a crosswalk, or crossing without a crosswalk within a reasonable distance for a crosswalk. Well, here's the interesting thing about jaywalking. You can't, even if crosswalk or not, you can't cross in the middle of a street. At least in my state, because it varies state to state. Every state defines jaywalking differently. But you have to cross at a corner. If there's a crosswalk in the middle of the street, you can cross at it. But in the absence of a crosswalk, the only legal place to cross is at a corner. We've all fucking jaywalked 900 times. We all commit parking infractions all the fucking time. When you pull into a parking space, we all do this. We all do this. When you pull into a parking space, and the parking spaces are like this, right? When you're driving down the aisle and you turn your car here, you drive over that, and then you park your car here, you just committed a traffic infraction. Because you just crossed a solid yellow line. You can't cross that. But it's a parking lot, Jay, but it doesn't fucking matter. Because you still committed a traffic infraction. You can't cross a solid yellow line. But you did. Well, that's why parking lots paint them white. Yeah, you're going to be fucking shocked when you find out you can't cross those either. We all commit bullshit little piddly offenses. And if an officer has made a career, it's difficult to drive or walk anywhere without breaking some part of the traffic code. Right. And here, you'll agree with this. Yeah, even in a private lot, because in a private lot, there's no such thing as a private lot unless it's your private lot. I had the police officers had a fucking agreement with me. They could fucking police my fucking parking lot. If you want to police my parking lot, go right the fuck ahead. I ain't gonna stop you. I ain't gonna pay you to do it, but you don't have to worry about me. Like, there are some places where the police will sit all day and give handicap parking tickets because they're funding the local community on those. Because everybody parks in the handicap spot there. And then there's places that yell at the police department and they say, you gave 19 of my customers tickets today for fucking parking in the handicap spot. The cop's like, yeah, because we have an agreement with you to police your parking lot. Well, I don't want you giving people handicap tickets. Well, you don't get to be picky choosy. If you contract with us that we police your parking lot, we police your parking lot. If you tell us you don't want us to give handicap parking tickets, we won't police your parking lot. And they still have to legally respond to a 911 call. But I liked having the cops drive through the parking lot every so often. I liked that. I liked when the cops rolled up behind the bar and I would give them soup and bread and hook them up for free. Why? Because then my bar had the police presence throughout the lunchtime rush. The bakery next door did. The grocery store across the street did. We didn't have a lot of bullshit crime. What did it cost me? Some bowls of soup? Cost the bakery some loaves of bread? I want you to police my parking lot. I want you to police my alley. I want a police presence here. I want the police to know I don't let people leave my parking lot if they're drunk. I have a gate on my parking lot. I have a parking attendant. If the parking attendant doesn't think you're sober, he doesn't raise the gate for you to get your car out. I don't want, because you can sue me if you kill somebody because I served you to legally intoxicated. 50 cents, here's your breathalyzer tube, blow into it. 0.1, man. What you want to do? Anybody else in the car got 50 cents and think they're sober? Nope. Just jump out and give me the keys. Let me park it. People turn across double yellow lines. Here's the better one. Our police officer said something really true. You can't drive for 5 minutes without committing a fucking traffic offense. So much so that some of the fucking roads are painted wrong. Some of the roads are painted wrong, and they have you turning over lines when you're legally not allowed to. And what you're saying is absolutely correct, right? You have a street, it's like this. Where's my yellow? So you have a street, and it's got a double yellow line here, right? And so then you've got your road, and then there's a driveway here. So you're the asshole in the car right here, and the driveway, people turn over there, and then they get mad. They get fucking angry because number one, there's 37 cars behind them, right? There's 37 cars behind them. And then they get mad when they get a ticket and they're like, oh, well, how else was I supposed to get in there? Oh, you know, like you go to the end of the block or you go right here where there's a turn arrow. So you go in there, you turn in, you know, shit like that. But yeah, you can commit 75 traffic infractions in a day. People get mad. Some of them are egregious. Some of them are accidental. But yeah, at the end of the day, I want good police officers to be able to leverage Terry stops so they go home to their family. I want bad officers to get fucking thrown off the force. Period dot. Period dot. Take a real quick break, and then we're going to talk about forced retirement of baby boomers. Alrighty, good jam on the law. Let's talk about baby boomers. Yeah, we have while impaired as well here. We have driving while intoxicated, driving under the influence, and then we have driving while impaired because we were the first state that passed marijuana
What is
by
one legal
law, not by referendum. So they had to differentiate the law to say, well, what about an individual who's high? Yeah, operating while impaired, operating while intoxicated. And see, that brings up another great point. We need one standard, even though every state has its own laws, we need to get to a point where all of the police departments share the same acronyms, the same ideologies. Instead, we have, you can't shove a trout down your pants on Sundays.
Right now, the baby boomers are quietly facing a crisis that will inevitably happen to every future generation, and this crisis is called forced retirement. You see, right now, baby boomers are between the ages of 61 and 79.
This is true. Baby boomers are, a lot of people don't realize this. There are still baby boomers in the workforce because you still have 61-year-olds in the workforce. And if you're not familiar, and I'm going to foot stomp this, Social Security is not your should not be your only retirement plan. Social Security is your social safety net to stop you from backsliding into poverty, homelessness, and hunger. Social Security is a lot like the minimum wage. If you retire at 62, you only get 70% of your pension. You have to get to 67 to get 100% of your pension. And losing 30% can be like losing $600 a month. So it's a big deal if you don't make it to 67 and that's your only plan for retirement money.
Which means that although many boomers have left the workforce, there is still a decent chunk of them working. In fact, in 2024, 15% of the entire American labor force consisted of baby boomers. However, with that 15% remaining, what we are now seeing is they are rapidly starting to retire. And the scary part is, their retirement is not this happy celebration where they're voluntarily exiting the workforce, but they are quietly getting pushed out due to companies restructuring, downsizing, or making room for a younger, cheaper, and more tech-savvy workforce. I mean, in the past 2 years, this has happened to my mom, my dad, my stepdad, many of their boomer friends, and many of my friends' boomer parents. Boomers are quietly being pushed out of the workforce and into retirement, and what's scary is that many of them are not financially ready for this move. In fact, 1 out of 4 people over 59 do not have any money set aside for retirement.
Okay, that right there is, everybody talks about, we want to have more socialist programs in America. I don't want old people to not have food. I don't want old people to not have houses. I don't want old people to be homeless, right? I don't want them to be in poverty. But at the same time, the generation that generated wealth before we were on a fiat currency, 1 in 4 of them have nothing saved for retirement. So where is the personal accountability? Where is the shit? What was my plan? Now, this isn't an accurate statement, so I want to make sure to foot stomp this. Just because they don't have any money set aside for retirement doesn't mean necessarily that they don't have a pension from somewhere. They also, the majority of them, have their homes paid for. I think it was 76% of people in that age range have their home paid for. So there's a lot of parts to it, but he's not wrong that 1 in 4 people over 59 do not have any money set aside for retirement.
And for those people who are not financially ready, they are met with a very scary reality. Ultimately, they have 2 options to choose from. 1, look for jobs in an already extremely competitive market where they're undesirable. Or 2, start taking on Social Security and try to figure out how they can survive off drastically less than they were making before. None of which are ideal, but when faced with reality in this tough labor market, they quickly come to the realization that they really only have 1 option. Take on Social Security and figure out how to make it work. And that is the harsh...
Well, I don't like when we create a scenario where we say they only have 2 options, because right now, if you're trying to not draw Social Security, and you shouldn't. And I have had the heartbreaking task to help some elderly people with this. You're not getting the job at McDonald's because you want the job at McDonald's. You're getting the job at McDonald's because you need to be able to survive from 62 to 67 so that you can draw. Because remember, if you draw early, it's not like I can start drawing 70% at 62 and then I get the rest of the money. When you start your draw, that's your draw. So some people, they get jobs at McDonald's and they're 62 to 67. Yeah, or for healthcare between 60 and 65. Right, exactly. Which is another fucking stupid system, but I talked about it in my TikTok yesterday. When you already have 3 federal healthcare systems, and they're fucked up, you don't need to add more people to them.
Reality that many boomers are facing right now. They're not entering the retirement that they hope for, but they're being forced into a retirement that they're not ready for. And in this video, I want to talk about why this is happening, how it's impacting boomers, and what we should learn from this. Because this problem is not unique to the boomer generation, but it is a problem that ultimately every generation will face. And this video should act as a warning to everyone on why it is so important to prepare for retirement. And so let's start off this video with chapter 1, how it all ends. So this is a video that I've been thinking about making for a while now, because it's a topic that I've been watching play out to many people close to me in my life. The narrative first showed up about 2 years ago, when I was caught by surprise to hear my highly skilled stepdad lost his job of 30 years to the company becoming more corporate and restructuring. Then 9 months later, my mom called me saying she lost her job of 20 years due to the company wanting a younger, fresher workforce. And then I spoke to friends and heard that this happened.
Let me stop it right there. Okay, let me stop. The company never said that. The company never, ever fucking said that. That might be your interpretation. But if the company, that's age discrimination. The company didn't, and especially if you're above age 55, you're a senior citizen. It's a protected class. So I get what you're saying, but if you want me to treat you seriously, the company didn't say that.
happened to their parents too. And finally, a few months ago, I got a call from my dad who lost his job of 15 years due to the company downsizing and AI replacing many jobs. It's like the same narrative was being played over and over again as if it were a trend. And when you see this happen to someone close to you, the best word to describe it is sobering. It stops you in your tracks and makes you come to the realization that this is how it all ends. This is the final chapter of this corporate game that we are all playing. And watch.
Stop. We're not all playing it. And this is where I hate individuals like this. There is nothing wrong with the rules of the game. Now, getting rid of people because they're old, that's wrong. But there is nothing wrong with the rules of the game if you choose to play it. If you don't like the rules of the fucking game, don't play by those rules. Play by your own rules. I say this to people all the time, and a little, you know, sneak ahead. People aren't gonna like the politics article that I'm writing today. They're not gonna like it because the punchline is, right? Here's the punchline chart that I'm working on, and the punchline chart is this. An individual, because I priced everything for Southern Illinois. An individual living in Southern Illinois with a minimum wage job can meet all of their needs for $1,472 a month. That's an apartment by yourself, utilities, that is food, that is clothing. It doesn't have a phone involved. I just realized that I'm gonna need to double back and put phone in. But it also, and I want you to look at that, I want you to look at that middle piece. I'm so tired of hearing people say, I can't live on minimum wage, when my example, where I priced everything, has you living on $1,472 a month. I'm gonna have to make that $92 a month. So I might have to adjust the numbers a bit, because I forgot cell phone. But it still leaves you saving $641 a month. That's the fucking piece. Saving 30% of your income is so important, because that 30% of your income grows wealth. That 30% of your income, and it's so important for me to foot stomp this, right? You would have $7,600 saved at the end of 1 year working a bullshit job. That's enough money down here to buy a house. That's your down payment on some of these houses. Well, I'm not going to be able to get the $414,000 median household. No shit. You're going to get a shitty house. And then you know what you're going to do? Because you work a minimum wage job, you're going to get a shitty house. But then it's going to be your house, because now you're going to be putting that rent money into your own equity. Not to mention that $25,644 a year would qualify for multiple income subsidies. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You'd qualify for food stamps. You'd qualify for a lot of things. But the piece to it is, even if you don't want the social safety net handout, it is programmed that you're saving $641 a month. If you can get, and here's where, in here, Grumpy Old Man brings it up, and here's where the problem is going to come in. If you got $200 more a month for food stamps, so it took that $240 some odd dollars out of your needs, most motherfuckers would take that money and apply it right onto their wants. I wouldn't. If I know that I'm going to get $200 a month in food stamps, that 200's going down there. If I can get $400 a month in rent assistance, that's going there. No, 6 foot. My view, Jay's view, the way I have always done it, if I get a subsidy that subsidy goes into savings because one day it's going to go away. I am tired of the bullshit narrative that everybody says you can't do it. Motherfucker, you can do it, but you want Jordans. You want an iPhone. You want a car. You want internet. Well, motherfucker, if you only have $24 a month extra, you don't have time for the internet. You have time to get a second job. Well, then I'm not going to have time to spend it. Good. Get a fucking house. This bullshit that has spread like wildfire in the last 2 years, if your ass is living in an apartment building, your ass shouldn't be playing. Your ass should be working 2 jobs. I just bought a house, so my savings right now is 15%, but it's going to go back up soon. Yeah, but here's the thing, 6 foot. You bought a house, so your needs went up by 15%, so your savings went down by 15%. Well, what I'm going to challenge you is that your savings shouldn't have gone down to 15%. If you needed 15%, your wants should have kicked at least half. If you bought a house and you needed 15% of the lower part of the budget, people these days definitely need access to the internet. You need to be able to post applications, do schoolwork. So you're going to need a library card. Yeah, you're right. You're going to need your library card.
Watching this play out before your very eyes makes you reflect on life and work and makes you understand that companies will always prioritize their bottom line. Everyone is replaceable and loyalty doesn't guarantee stability.
Boom. And if you don't know that, shit right there, then you're one of those people that reads nothing of the end user license agreement when you install your software. This isn't a fucking crime. This is the rules of the game. Companies will always prioritize their bottom line because they are legally obligated to if they are a publicly held company. Everyone is replaceable. But I want to teach you a trick. Everyone is not replaceable. Who's replaceable? The people who aren't necessary. Not everybody is replaceable. Most people are replaceable. Sandy has been with the company for 39 years. The CEO could die tomorrow and we'll just appoint a new CEO. But Sandy can't open her fucking Excel spreadsheet. Nobody's getting paid on Friday. And loyalty doesn't guarantee stability. And as a former employer, I marvel at the I marvel at the idea that people say this quiet quitting idea. I'm going to do exactly what's asked of me and no more. Because you're not paying me to do it. Fuck it. If I could do a social experiment and not lose my benefits and then get a get out of jail free card if I murder somebody's dumbass because they piss me off, I would get a job right now. And at the end of a year, I would have been promoted. Because right now, it's not hard to be successful in this job market. You want to be successful in this job market? Do what used to be considered standard in mine. Show up early to work. Switch shifts if the company asks you to switch shifts. Cover people's shifts. If there's overtime to be picked up, pick up that fucking OT. If there's other shit that needs doing, do it. My friend who got fired. She had been asked to switch days that she worked, and she refused. I don't give a fuck what hours you want me to work. If you got to be at work at 9... give me 1 second, I have to take this. All right, sorry about that. That was the doctor's office with that. We can't change the status of that appointment. You were a no-show. Oh shit. Apparently we can when you call the compliance office. Hey, it's Extra Life. Look at that. Good segue. A couple of things, guys. Couple of things I want to share with you, and then we'll move on. Number one, I always do Extra Life every year. So there's the Extra Life. There's the Extra Life blurb. I hate living in a world where kids need help. Can we just all agree? It really sucks living in a world where kids need help. I try to raise a couple of $1,000s a year every year for Extra Life, because as a parent, I'll share with you a story. When my daughter was born 8 weeks premature. My daughter needed to be, they flew because I had TRICARE, because I was an active duty military member, she's a dependent, so the military treats military dependents just like they treat an adult. My daughter was born 8 weeks premature. They flew one of the nation's leading pediatric cardiac surgeons to the hospital from out of Boston. When he arrived, my wife was on like 19 different IVs and stuff. He called me out of the room and he's like, I don't want to stress your wife anymore. I appreciate the donation to Extra Life. He said, I'm here with my team of people. Your wife's delivery room is going to be really packed. And I said, well, what's going on? He's like, we think your daughter has a hole in her heart. We can't really tell because she's so small. Your wife is the cesarean is going to be done, and you're not even going to see your kid. Your kid is going to go drive by. We're going to take your kid. If there's an emergency, we have room in the delivery room to do what we need to do, to start what we need to do. Other than that, you'll see your kid several hours after your kid is born. My daughter was born. Hole in her heart was small enough that they were going to let it see if it would close naturally. She was in the neonatal intensive care unit for 28 days. She was in the special needs nursery for like 28 days after that. My wife and I had to go through specialized training to be able to bring our kid home. And then one day I happened to pick up the mail and they had accidentally billed me, and it was for like $1.4 million. I thought that was my share. I will tell you, no bullshit. I saw that bill for $1.4 million and that was it. I realized my life was over. I didn't understand. I called them and I was like, I have a $1.4 million bill. What can I do? And they said, oh my God, we're so sorry. That's not, you have zero obligation of that. You have zero obligation of that. It sucks being a parent. I only had that fear. I mean, I had the fear of my son being wrong with my daughter. I experienced the getting up in the morning, going to the hospital, then going to work, then going to the hospital at lunchtime, then going back to work, then going back to the hospital after work until visiting hours were over, and then going home. I experienced that for 2 months. I don't know what it would be like for a parent that has to go through that for years with their child. What makes it even worse is when we live in a society that the child has done nothing wrong. They were born with a birth defect. They were born with a condition. And we have children who die because they can't get basic medical help. And when I say basic, it's not like they need infinite number of things. We should be taking care of kids. I have nothing but respect for the Extra Life organization. I have nothing but respect for the Children's Miracle Network. What they do is so amazing, and the Children's Miracle Network takes 0%. They don't take a penny, unlike things like Goodwill or the United Children's Way, which takes an administrative overcost It's amazing. So every year I do Extra Life. Thank you so much for the donation. I do have matching funds in the donation pool again this year. So with that said, the other half of this is I'm not expecting anybody to donate money directly. What we're trying to do is we're trying to build PGN again. I want to get monetized on a lot of different platforms so that advertising revenue can pay for what I do. Unfortunately, I'm not going to take any money out of PGN Music to do anything other. PGN Music is a closed loop. What PGN Music earns goes right back to composers to make more music. I would have liked to eventually have like 1,000 tracks on PGN Music or more, but that PGN Music is doing fine. The rest of it, I don't take. Shriners Burn Unit for kids. I used to fundraise for them, and I used to fundraise for 65 Roses, which is the cystic fibrosis organization. They're all great organizations. I would love, honest to God, to have Asthma Gold level streamer money, because I would be donating. I would love to make $250,000 in a month, because I would go to Shriners and I would make $250,000 donation. I would love on Extra Life Game Day to just be like, for every $1 you donate, I'll donate 100, right? I'd love to be there. I'd love to be at that level. So it doesn't have to be money out of your pocket. It's things like sharing an article that I write, or sharing a video, or when like you're getting up in the morning to when you're getting up in the morning and you see I've put out a video, click on the video, let it play through. Let the video play through the whole way while you go get your cereal or you go make your coffee. I'm not always asking people to open up their wallet. Just if you can lurk on my channels, follow my channels, share my channels. Then if I piss you off, that's fine. Have a fight with me. Make content with me. If I piss you off, as long as you can get me to your perspective, we can get there. With that said, I want to talk about the adult child.
Right now, the baby boomers.
Easy. I want to talk about the adult child problem. 18. Nope, that's not right. What the fuck did... 17, 19... Landlords, you found the feed. Where's the fucking old lady? Oh, I didn't put a number on it. Here we go.
Ever feel like your bank account is their safety net? Let's talk money boundaries and adult children. It's really difficult to parent adult children without going broke financially or emotionally. Of course, helping them out once in a while is fine, but endless bailouts drain you and help keep them stuck. This is a challenge in my own life, and I am far from perfect at it, but these kinds of boundaries can be helpful. Here are a few tips. Number 1, set a clear limit. Decide in advance what you will or will not help fund. A second tip is to offer alternatives. I can't pay your rent, but I will help you brainstorm other options. The third tip in setting this boundary is more of a reminder. Financial independence is a part of adulthood, and you want to foster growth, not enabling. All this being said, I know setting these kinds of boundaries can be extra challenging in today's world, where our children who are in their 20s can't seem to afford anything or are not getting jobs that pay enough for them to afford even the basics. If this is something you're facing in your...
Okay, here's the problem here. Why are you trying to give me advice? And why are you as a parent trying to give anybody advice if you have completely failed your fucking kids? And that's where I'm going to be unpopular. If your kid isn't successful, you failed your fucking kid. And that enabling thing she's talking about, I'll be honest, I have adult children. I have grandchildren. I have adult kids. My response was, I started thinking to myself, maybe it's my fault. And then I realized, no, it's not my fault. Did they have food at night? Yes. Did they have a warm bed at night? Yes. Was there hot water in the hot water heater? Yes. Did I make sure they did their homework? Yes. Did I live in areas? Did I pay more money for houses than what I needed because I was buying access to a school system? Abso-fucking-lutely. But you know what? One of my kids has got a bunch of medical problems. I don't mind helping my kid right now so she can get squared away. But that's because I want to. That's because I want to. Because she came home, sat down at the table with me and said, I fucked up. I need help. Great. Now let's help you. The other one is married, has 2 kids, has fucking a farm, 2 outbuildings and a chicken coop. Look, man, you have she just moved out of a $600,000 house. Her and her husband got to the fucking end game. They're living in this expensive ass house and they're like, this isn't us. And I tried to tell them that. Be like, why are you buying a $600,000 house? That's not you. That's not your life. Like, that's bougie. That's like, you can afford it, but that's not you. Like, I can afford to do a lot of things, but they're not me. They're not what I want. Like, people that go to like Michelin restaurants. Look, man, I like to occasionally eat at a really good restaurant, like, and I'm talking several $100s for the tab. But I ain't doing that shit every day because that's not me. I like to have like one really good meal a year, like the top bougie, and then I go to like, fuck's sake, I go to like stir fry places. So I just had sushi yesterday. I went to sushi yesterday and it was like good. They hadn't seen me in a while. And they're like, oh, we were so upset. We thought you didn't like the sushi anymore. I was like, no, I just been sick. Can't eat sushi when you're sick. Although I have to break. If anybody is Asian, or knows an Asian that eats a lot of sushi, grew up in like Japan, ask them to stop by because I have a serious question. And how do they eat fish when they're sick? Does it just not bother? I can't stand the thought of fish if I'm ill. I love smoked salmon. I love salmon. I love yellowtail. I like fish, but I can't eat it when I'm sick. Do they eat it when they're sick? Or does something like chicken for them become something they can't eat when they're sick? I'd love to have that conversation. So, your adult kids, it's great that you want to set boundaries, but the best boundary I can tell you to ever set with people is this. Never loan anybody any money. Never loan money. You're not a bank. You don't loan money. You give gifts. If they give it back to you, great. But when it comes to currency, there should only ever be one transaction on the books at a time. She's like, well, set limits. No, the limit is this. If you owe me if I've given you $50 as a gift and you choose not to give it back, then you become ineligible for any other future gifts. Because then we're really one-sided. Then our relationship is really one-sided. That doesn't mean give me the $50 back and then ask me for 500, because that's not going to happen either. This is a really big one. I can't believe that.
Ever feel like your bank?
I can't believe we got to have this conversation. Why did these not save?
You can't effectively expect people to be early if you don't start the thing when it's supposed to start. If we put a meeting on the books and it starts at 3 o'clock, I will talk to myself. I will start the meeting out of principle at 3 o'clock and I will share the meeting agenda on my screen. I'm the only one in the Zoom room. There's this principle in life. You got to teach people how to treat you. People know when you, as their manager, you endorse them coming in late by waiting for them, then they're never going to feel pressured to be there on time. They know you're going to wait for them. So
they're never going to feel pressured to be on time if they know you're going to wait for them. I'll tell you this. I taught my students this in a harsh way. It made, you were such a dick as a teacher. Yes, I was, and my students learned punctuality. My classroom door, when I walked in the morning, I opened up my classroom door, opened up the handle, pulled the handle out, then turned the key back, relocked the door. So anytime my door shut, from the outside, my door was locked. Now, I want to foot stomp right away. Women, young ladies, in my syllabus that they all got at the beginning of the year, a young lady could come to my room, and all she had to do was walk up and take the pink pass off of my desk. That was it. You don't have to talk to me. You don't have to say any words. You don't have to be embarrassed. All you gotta do is walk up to me, take the pink pass. The pink pass is feminine hygiene, bathroom, reproductive problems. I don't want you to be embarrassed to have to explain it to me. I'm a man. I really don't want to hear about it. Your classmates, some of them are going to understand. Some of them are going to be immature fucking 2-year-old little boys. If you didn't make it to class, it was always like a really kind of private, like open the door and just tell me what happened. If I thought it was okay, I'll let you in the classroom. If I didn't think it was okay, I didn't let you in the classroom. It was end of day. So bell rings, taking attendance. Minute later, there's, Mary at the door. Open up the door. Mary's like, yeah, I'm on my period. Great, get in here, sit down, get your notebook out. A young man comes to the door. I remember it specifically. His name was John. He came to the door and he's like, yeah, I have an upset stomach. I was like, yeah, get in here. The period. I don't want to say period at that junction. Get in here. Done. We're done. You have an upset stomach. I remember that sucked in high school. You have an upset stomach. Everybody has gastro issues once or twice in high school. I don't want to sit there and explain it to the fucking teacher. And I couldn't run here and get a pass beforehand. But beyond that, if I didn't have a good reason, nope, go to the dean. Go to the dean, get a pass. Because guess what? After 5 or 6 times of that, nobody was late. It teaches punctuality. The thing that I talked about earlier, where if I had to go back into the workforce right now, if the job starts at 9, I'm going to be walking in at 8:45. I'm going to be walking in at 8:45. I'm going to be ready to go. I'm going to look at any new things that are posted. I'm going to get a cup of coffee. If I need to, I'm going to brew a new cup of coffee. 9 o'clock comes, I'm ready to go. If the meeting is at 1300, I'm going to be sitting in the room at 12:55 latest, but probably closer to 12:50. Because then as other people come in, I'm going to have my little... I'm going to have my carry-around book with me, and I'm going to be sitting there at 12:50, and because Grumpy Old Man walks in, I was like, oh, hey, Grumpy Old Man. Yeah, site number 47. I just want to let you know, you may not know about this already, but site number 47, some asshole was digging and he pulled up the fiber optic cable. Grumpy Old Man's eyes are going to go really big, wide, and be like, what the fuck happened? Oh, so you weren't aware of this. Oh, okay. Yeah, site 47, apparently a third-party contractor was drilling on the site and just ripped out all of our fiber optic cable. Because then Grumpy Old Man is going to be like, oh, hey, tell the boss I'm not going to be at this meeting. Why? Why the fuck do you think? And he's going to walk out. Yeah, let me go get my fucking gun, right? Because then when the boss shows up, and it's like, where's Grumpy Old Man? Oh, he had to go take care of a problem. And he's like, yeah, well, I had to let him know. Site 47, already let him know, boss. He's already on it. He's already working it. Now look at how much better that looks to the boss. I already let him know. I get my little fucking kudo. By the way, for those of you that don't know where kudo comes from, it used to be the name of a granola bar. I get my little kudo. Grumpy Old Man gets his kudo in the boss's mind. He's like, look at this shit hot, high speed, low drag motherfucker. I didn't even have to tell him about the problem. He's already on the problem. And then the boss is like, well, how are we going to get updated? Oh, but because he gave me his notes before he walked out. Teamwork makes the dream work. I 100% agree with this. Meetings, just start. And you don't have to call anybody out. Do I agree with yourself? Do I agree with myself? Not always. Which is the interesting thing about self-growth. sometimes I do things and I reflect and I say, I don't agree with myself. I shouldn't have done that. You don't have to call people out. Start the meeting. Just start the meeting. You don't have to embarrass anybody. All right, guys, it's 12:44. Got about 20 seconds if we could take our seats. Be ready to go. I'm looking out the door. Oh, how's everyone doing today? We doing good? Is it a good day? We're solid? All right. So, let's see. And we're going to go ahead and get started right now. All right. So, thank you everybody for being here. We've got to go over some emergency financial information. Oh, hey, Pete, thanks for joining us. Oh, hey, Pete, thanks for joining us, because Pete was not in the meeting room on time. I don't have to yell at Pete. I don't have to stand up. I don't have to scream. I don't have to rant. I don't have to rave. I have literally done corrective action. Hey, Pete, thanks for joining us. Do you think Pete's going to be the last person in the room next week? Not if Pete wants to keep his fucking job, he ain't. And now Pete knows that. I've done my job as a leader. I've checked everybody else at the table. Pete feels a little flushed in the face. Yeah, if Pete was late, you just called his ass out in front of his peers. Now he's embarrassed, but I called him out and held him accountable in a respectful way that now puts everybody the fuck on notice. Hey, Pete, thanks for joining us. Not, hey, Pete, way to be fucking late. Hey, Pete, thanks for joining us. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for not realizing the meeting had started and just not showing up. And a lot of people would say, from the 1 minute manager, a lot of people would say, and then after the meeting, I should say, hey, Pete, can you hang out? No, absolutely fucking do not. You've already fixed the issue. I promise you, if you have a good workplace culture, Pete is not going to be late again. But you know who else isn't going to be late? Nobody. Next week, they're going to be there 5 minutes early. And then you know what the best part about this is? If everybody is early next week, be like, oh, hey, it's 12:42. Everyone's here. Let's just get started. Hey, let's get started. I can get you 3 minutes. I can get you 3 minutes back. I can get you 3 minutes back. Is a good workplace culture thing. When did we stop teaching this stuff? When did we stop following best practices? I remember I had a commander. Yeah, you know what you call 5 minutes early? On time. You know what you call on time? Late. You know what you call late? Finished. That's Vince Lombardi. I had a commander that wanted a fucking meeting for everything. I spent 2 years in meeting fucking hell. I was begging for a deployment. I was calling everybody I knew that could deploy me. I was like, I will fucking chase a penguin with a broom. Get me the fuck off of this airplane patch. I need a 6-month vacation. Couldn't get deployed. Yeah, when employee surveys start to mean more than getting shit done. By the way, never fill out a climate assessment for your job. They're never anonymous. How do you know they're never anonymous? Because they can send you an email to say, well, you haven't filled it out yet. Want to really fucking get them scratching their noodles? When you get the thing that says you haven't filled out your climate assessment survey yet, go up to them and say, yes, I have. Well, we don't have a record of it. Well, why would you have a record of mine on an anonymous survey? This goes back, this leads right into this whole they didn't teach us thing. I'm so tired of hearing they didn't teach us this. Let's listen, let's let the author of this video cook a little bit.
They didn't teach us this in American schools. They didn't teach us this in American schools. The American school system is flawed. While this may be true, I want some of y'all to admit that you intentionally did not pay attention in class. Because let me tell you, I went to school with so many kids who dismissed, disregarded, didn't pay attention, gave the teacher a hard time. A lot of y'all did not take your education seriously, and now you're adults and you're seeing all these things that you were taught in public school, but you don't remember because you didn't value your education at the time to retain the information. To the kids who had learning disabilities, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to y'all motherfuckers who always gave the teachers a hard time. Why we gotta learn this? Why should we care about stuff like this? I don't want to learn about this. Man, this ish is boring. I'm talking to those motherfuckers.
I'm talking to those motherfuckers too, because guess what? I will be the first person to tell you I hated fucking high school. High school was a waste of my fucking time. Grade school was a waste of my fucking time. I graduated 8th grade, went to high school, was there 2 years, started college, went back to my grade school at 19 years old, about to get my bachelor's degree, and had a conversation with my religion teacher. And I said to my religion teacher, you do understand that having the altar servers have to take this bullshit religion class was a waste of everybody's time, because the altar servers heard more scripture and more sermon than you have as the teacher. I don't need you to tell me what today's reading means. I was at mass at 6:30 this morning. I heard the pastor tell me what today's reading means. Now I get Catholic school is supposed to teach some stuff, but I will honestly tell you, in 8 years of Catholic grade school and 4 years of Catholic, 2 years of Catholic high school, because that's where I took religion at the college after that. I learned more about my faith in one religion class at the university than I had learned in 11 years of lower religious education. The fuck is that about? So I get it where some people are going to turn around and say school is useless. At the same time, until you have a certain academic level, you should not be challenging the teacher because you don't know shit. You can have a problem, you can have an issue, you can have a concern. Then you bring those home to me as the parent, you tell me the issue, the complaint, the concern, and then I'll vet whether or not you have a valid issue and a valid concern. And then I'll go do my job as dad. Because right now, little headstrong child student, you're trying to be dad, you're trying to be the parent, you think you're smarter than the teacher with a bachelor's degree. I don't know if you are, I don't know if you're not, but you gotta make your case to me, and then I'll go make the case to the teacher. We need more of this guy in school. This is the type of teacher we need.
The S is silent.
You're fucking gay.
Marcus, shut up.
No, you shut up. You dyke bitch.
Hey, Marcus.
Yeah.
Guess what?
What?
You're free to leave.
Like right now?
Like right now.
Yeah, all right, yo. I'll catch you later, man. What the fuck? Do you want me to go to the dean's office?
I don't care where you're going. Everyone pull out a sheet of paper. I would like to assess where your individual writing skills are.
What if we ain't got no paper?
Okay, here's the situation. You're dead. All right? Write a brief but detailed essay about...
Hey, jackass, I asked you a fucking question.
About what a friend or a parent might say about you during your funeral. Okay? You have 30 minutes.
Oh, shit. I asked you a motherfucking question, didn't I?
Anything else?
Better back the fuck up before I fucking rock your shit.
That bag, it doesn't have any feelings. It's empty. I don't have any feelings you can hurt either. Okay? I understand you're angry. I used to be very angry too, okay? I get it. You have no reason to be angry with me because I'm one of the few people that's here trying to give you an opportunity. Now, I'm going to ask you to just sit down and do your best, and I'll give you a piece of paper. How's that?
Can I get a fucking pen too?
Kids don't have any attention span. They're bored.
It's right there.
So how are you supposed to...
Right there. That individual, it's a great scene. First of all, I'm not saying that every teacher is going to be able to handle a kid like that. That scene right there will tell you why I didn't go back to teaching. I've been evaluated. I can't go back to teaching. I've literally been told I can't get my teaching certificate reinstated. Can't get my teaching certificate reinstated, not because I don't have the academics, not because I have any other problem, but because my provider, like 4 years ago, said I'm very likely to kill a student. Because when confronted with violence, due to my PTSD, I don't have a flight mechanism. I don't have a flop, a fawn, or a freeze. I have fight. That's all I have. The roulette wheel of like how I'm going to respond to a violent situation is violence, 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 more violence, educated violence, brutal violence, tribal violence. I don't have other options. When I'm not triggered, I can negotiate anything. I could sell sand to a camel when I'm not triggered. But the problem with post-traumatic stress disorder is when I get triggered, we just have the wheel of violence. But I respect that situation because I've been in that situation. I taught at an alternative school in a shitty neighborhood in the Chicago suburbs. I taught a kid who had 3 bullet holes in him. I taught a kid with 3 bullet holes in him, and the cops had put the 3 fucking bullet holes in him. The problem here is the first kid, I don't give a fuck where you go. Get out. If you want another really good movie, it's Michelle Pfeiffer, Dangerous Minds. She handles that inner city fucking classroom very well. It's The Substitute. Now, those are all fictional movies, but if a kid can't read and a kid can't write, that I forgot the name of that movie. That is Detachment. The great part about that movie is he later on goes to talk about the kids are bored. How can you teach kids American literature if they can't read and they can't write? And he's absolutely right. What's the flaw that we have with our kids today? We have kids that can't read, kids that can't write, kids that can't critically think, they can't articulate their thoughts, their ideas. They can't balance a checkbook. Well, then you get the Zoomers and the neo-millennials like, well, why don't you teach me how to use a horse and buggy? Hey, dumb fuck. Teaching how to balance a checkbook is the same thing as teaching you how to run a ledger. You can't do a budget if you can't balance a checkbook because they're similar skills. How do you know how much money you need? Where's all my money going? Why did the bank take $2,000 out of my account? The problem we have is every problem stems from people keeping it real. Real fucking dumb. We celebrate ignorance. We applaud it. There are multiple... I don't really go into Discord communities anymore unless I need to be in there. Because I can't have a conversation. You'll notice in my Discord, I don't tolerate that bullshit. If people are getting into an argument, I don't give a shit as long as you're not racist, sexist, or homophobic. Racist, sexist, homophobic. Yeah, that's it. As long as you're not one of those things, as long as you're putting forth a good effort and you're bringing receipts for your perspective, I'm not going to jump in and tell you can't have an academic discussion. But we got fucking Discord communities of people that can't fucking think. You made your kids read at 4, your 8-year-old is reading Aragon. You tell your 15-year-old to do shit and don't tell him how, and he complains he doesn't have instructions. I tell him to figure it the fuck out. Yeah. The problem isn't that these kids weren't taught the problem isn't that these kids weren't taught important things by school. It's that these kids were not taught these things by their parents. Sure, the kids go to school, but if that's your kid, their education is your responsibility. Yes, absolutely. It is my job as the parent to ensure that the school does their job. I'm going to say that again. It is my job as the parent to ensure that the school does their job. It is not the school's responsibility to make sure I do my job. It is the school's responsibility to report me to the authorities if I'm not doing my job. See the difference? It's not the school's job to do my job for me. It's the school's job to report me if I'm not doing it. Send your kid to school in dirty clothes. Once happens, twice, okay. Third time, social worker needs to reach out to the parents and say, hey, your kid's coming to school in dirty clothes. What's going on? Maybe the mom is having problems. Maybe the washing machine broke. Maybe mom doesn't know. I don't know why my kid is doing that. I have to leave for work by 7 o'clock. My kid gets up, gets dressed, walks to school on their own. Maybe a fucking schools didn't start at weird hours. Did we ever think about that? But yeah, they didn't teach it to us. How do you know? You were absent 112 times and you somehow got to promote to the next grade. Again, mom and dad don't want the kid at home because they can't handle the kid. They want the kid at the school. The school doesn't want the kid because that particular kid's an undisciplined cannibal. Did you hear about those two boys?
They didn't teach us.
Since we're on the school thing, do I have the rest? I put these all in like 0102, and I don't know why. Oh, because that's why, because they start with 2. Now it makes sense. Where is the guy, the dad talking about? I wasn't gonna show this one today, but we okay. I'll show that one Friday. The 2 kids that got suspended from school for 10 days because a girl who identifies as a boy was changing in the boys' locker room. A girl who identifies as a boy was changing in the boys' locker room. The boys got suspended. All the boys wanted to know is, why is there a girl in the locker room? But even better, the evidence that they're using is the girl's recording of the locker room. Hold the fuck up. Are you telling me that in all our infinite wisdom as educators, we have a transgender student who has a biological female shell in the boys' locker room, and we didn't explain to anybody, parents, nothing, what was going to be going on? Yeah, a student was illegally recording little boys changing is all I heard on that one too. The only crime I heard about was somebody brought a camera into a locker room. A 10-day suspension for both of the boys for asking, why is a girl in the locker room? What the fuck has happened to our country? And I am not saying that people can't identify as anything they want to identify as. I am saying, however, if you want to identify as something that you're not, then I identify as Starscream. Because this week the universe is kicking the shit out of me, and it's all my fault. With that said, the girl, boy, victim, recorder, perpetrator of child pornography. Oh yeah, I went there. isn't in any trouble for bringing a camera into a locker room. Just in case there's any confusion, I'm going to put this in very clear terms. If my child is changing in the school locker room and anybody brings a camera into that locker room, my phone call is not to the local police, not to the state police, not to the county sheriff. If my daughter comes home and tells me there is a person recording in the locker room, I am calling the FBI. Well, yeah, I'm going to 1079 the parents, but I'm notifying the FBI. Period. There is child pornography being produced in the locker room at this school. Here's the facts I know. Here's the people as I know them. And I can't handle this with anybody at a lower level because I'll fucking kill them all. Can you please get an agent out of the St. Louis office here? Most fucking Ricky Tick. What the fuck is wrong with our society? Look, there can be 19 things that go wrong in a situation, and we can identify all 19 of them. But the fucking kid, be it a girl, be it a boy, be it a transgender, be it a fucking unicorn with a fucking dildo, noodle. You can't have a fucking camera in a locker room. That should be expulsion. Period. Dot. That should be expulsion with prosecution. Period. Dot. But you know why nobody in the school will say that? Because now you're transphobic. I don't give a fuck who the perpetrator of the crime is. I don't give a fuck. If it was a black kid, fucking expulsion and criminal prosecution. You're racist. If that makes me racist, fucking so be it. I'll wear it proudly. But ain't no one bringing a camera in the locker room. Well, my kid is. They were Mexican. You're racist. Fuck off. They were a woman. You're sexist. They were a transgender. You're transphobic. They were gay. Well, first of all, fuck off. Second of all, if it had been a boy with a camera, the other boys would have taken care of it. And you know what's wrong with our society today? We don't allow boys to solve things at the lowest level. And now here's where we get the really big problem. We get the really, really big problem because of this.
Just to let you know, if you are a Trump supporter, you are one of the dumbest people to have ever lived on this planet. Have a great day.
So, wait, hold on. If I'm a Trump supporter, I'm one of the dumbest people that has ever lived on this planet. But in the last election, what were my fucking options? I can't believe I have to say this, but Donald Trump was the lesser of the two evils on the last ballot. Period. Fucking dot. I would like to say this. Our country is so fucked up. Since we have the mechanism to run a military draft, and times have changed since 1973. By which metrics? Any metric. Any metric. Pick a metric, and I will tell you why Donald Trump was the lesser of the two evils. Pick any metric. Any metric. And that's how fucked our system is. Trade relations. Kamala Harris has less understanding about the economy than Donald Trump. Because although Donald Trump bankrupted 3 casinos, there could be some logic put behind using the bankruptcy to shed debt. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, in a period of less than 100 days, raised over $1 billion for her political campaigning and ended up $30 million in debt. So at least the idea of tariffs are bad. But I can't really trust a presidential candidate who manages to overspend by 30 million when you raised a fucking $1 billion in 100 days. She went 30 million over. Trade relations. Nobody would take Kamala Harris serious. Nobody. Also, when you say trade relations, Kamala Harris would have been an individual walking onto the national political stage, having been vice president, but even world leaders thought she was a fucking joke. At least the world fears Donald Trump. If you're not going to be liked, it's better to be feared. At least the world fears Donald Trump. Kamala Harris has terrible relations with the world leaders, as equally bad with Donald Trump, but at least people take Donald Trump seriously. I mean, their countries laugh at him, but Donald Trump is the big dick stick of the world stage. Donald Trump met with Putin in Alaska, flew a B-2 bomber over the motherfucker's head. Donald Trump literally looked at Putin and said, I could kill you right now. There's my B-2 bomber. Fuck with me some more. Donald Trump had a meeting with Putin and got all the world leaders to fucking come to the White House because they want to be involved. Yeah, you have to take him seriously because he's unpredictable. I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying it's good. It's not a good thing. But people have to take him seriously because it is what it is. I'm gonna play this video. We're gonna talk about.
To let you know,
we're gonna talk about kids. We're gonna play this video because it's a great talking point, and we should have known about this because it's from years ago.
When our children tell us who they are, it is our job as grown-ups to listen and to believe them.
Now, I'm afraid it don't work that way. You can't let a young'un decide for himself. He'll grab at the first flashy thing with shiny ribbons on it. Then when he finds out there's a hook in it, it's too late. Wrong ideas come packaged with so much glitter, it's hard to convince them that other things might be better in the long run. And all a parent can do is say, wait, trust me, and try to keep temptation away.
When our children tell us who they are, it is our job as grown-ups to listen.
When our children tell us who they are, it's our responsibility as grown-ups to listen. No, it's not, because otherwise my 12-year-old would be identifying as a fucking raptor. Because I'm not joking with you. There was a period of time that my fucking child lived like a fucking raptor. So, am I supposed to run my household like Jurassic Park? Really? Is that how I'm supposed to seriously run my shit? No. Look, sweetie, you can be a raptor during playtime, but right now I need you to be a human child and sit at the table and eat. Ironically, I'm serving you dino chicken nuggies. You can bite all the heads off of them first if you like. It is not about controlling your kids. It is not about denying them the ability to explore the things they want to explore. Why are they called children instead of adults if you want to treat them like adults? You have a baby, you have a toddler, you have a child, you have a tween, you have a preteen, you have a teen, you have a young adult, you have an adult. Then you have an adult who is young. Words matter. Socialism and communism are the same. No, they're not, stupid, because if socialism and communism were identical, we wouldn't have two words for it. There are clear-cut lines between socialism and communism. Fucking really? Because Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin all seem to have Castro. All motherfuckers had different. How do you explain literally and figuratively? Because they're not synonyms. I mean, they're not identical. So what do you mean? Same thing as people in fucking poetry class. Can't figure out the difference between a simile and a metaphor. A simile is like or as. he fucks like a gorilla on PCP. That's a simile. A metaphor is She Being Brand New by E.E. Cummings. We don't teach that shit anymore. Because the kids can't fucking read anyway. Used to be that you read your girl She Being Brand New by E.E. Cummings and got her a little excited. And now in today's fucking era, you send your girlfriend in high school nice shoes, wanna fuck? I don't know what happened. Here's the...
When our children...
I did the C... Oh, here's another one. Like, every day I say to myself when I wake up, I'm going to try to be nice. I'm going to try to be polite. I'm going to try to see things from other people's point of views. But the truth is, over the weekend, when I really did a reflection, this weekend, if you're not aware, this weekend, I sat down and I looked at my brand and I looked at everything I was doing, and I said to myself, you're either going to treat this shit seriously or you're shutting it all down. You're either going to treat it serious or shut it the fuck down. I'm not going to apologize. I'm not here to kiss your ass. I'm not here to blow smoke up your ass. I'm not here to tell you everything's going to be okay. I'm not here to tell you that you're right. If you're fucking wrong, I'm going to tell you that you're wrong. If you have an interpretation and your bias is getting in your way, I'm going to tell you that you're wrong. I am here to solve problems. I am here to argue with everybody, because if you, honest to fucking God, here's a little bit of egotistical statement. If whatever fucking plan you have, you argue me about it, you argue with me about it, you refine your argument enough times that you beat me, you're going to beat 99% of the world. Because I hold my arguments to a high standard. Karthos will tell you this. Karthos is one of my best online friends. I say best online friends because Karthos and I hated each other for about a year. We argued with each other, and then he finally said, I stopped arguing with Jay because Jay makes me bring an A game. I can't beat Jay and be watching TV at the same time. Arguing with Jay is... that's it. Shut down the YouTube, turn off the music, crack your knuckles, get a cup of coffee, because if you argue with me, we're gonna go the whole 9 yards. That's why I respect Karthos, because Karthos has zero problem telling me, you fucked this up. This is where you fucked up. This is where you're wrong. He argues a lot because he still likes the argument. I don't want to argue with somebody for the sake of arguing. I've transcended that. So if you have something you need to present and you present it to me, and I got, like, somebody sent me a video game to review, a member of our community is a game developer, sent me a video game to review, and I'll be honest, I sometimes dread this because you know who you're sending it to. It's not like a fucking surprise who I am. He sent it to me. I'm not going to say anything about it because I don't know where they are in their disclosures. This game, during my break, because I give myself a break, instead of playing any of my games, I looked at this game. I was sad that my 30-minute break was over. That's how good this thing is. That's how good it is. I was playing it. It's one of the best things, and there's nothing complex about it. It's not visually addicting. It doesn't have high graphic fidelity, but the gameplay is so fucking amazing. I was like, that's awesome. But the problem here is, if you have a shitty idea, no offense, I'm going to tell you it's a shitty idea, but then I'm going to tell you 15 reasons why it's a shitty idea. So let's talk about a shitty idea. Well, hold on a second. Why is... There we go. Let's talk about why this is a shitty idea.
So why don't libraries have lockers for people who are homeless to put their stuff in during the day? Because they get kicked out of the shelter.
Why don't libraries have lockers for people that are homeless? Because it's not a fucking homeless shelter? because why doesn't the shelter have fucking lockers for people to store their stuff? Why don't libraries have lockers for people that are homeless? Because I don't want a bunch of fucking homeless people. Yeah, is our library's primary purposes to support the homeless? No.
Like 7 a.m. with all of their stuff. And if you are scared of stealing all of your stuff and putting it in the garbage, as a rightful fear, by the way, what happens is that you're going to find a place to stay all day with your stuff. And often that place is the library because...
And it shouldn't be. The fucking place that you're going to go all day because you're homeless shouldn't be the motherfucking library. I'm going to take this question up. Got my guns loaded. Why does our society have homeless people? Why are you asking the wrong fucking question? Why do we have homeless people is the goddamn question.
We allow everybody to be there. The libraries are for everyone. You can stay there all day and not get kicked out as long as you're following the behavior guidelines. But what's the struggle with that for libraries everywhere? I've dealt with this in every library that I've worked in. Everyone has always come up with this question of, why can't the library have a locker?
Hold on a second. I'm gonna call bullshit. At every single library, the biggest question people are asking at the library is that why we don't have lockers for the homeless. I'm gonna call bullshit. I'm gonna call bullshit. That question may have been asked at every library, probably by homeless people. By the way, there's an interesting discussion. The library isn't for everybody. The library is for... Does anybody want to guess who the library is actually for? Because the library isn't for everybody. The library isn't for everybody. Can anybody like rub a couple of brain cells together in their brain case? Take a guess at who the library is actually for?
Because that way people could put their stuff there. They could enjoy the library. There would be more space for everyone because you wouldn't be dealing with bag policing all the time, which is like really...
Holy shit. Tax-paying members of the community? Oh, fuck.
Unfair in a lot of ways, because oftentimes the policy will be like, well, you have to be able to keep your stuff under, like, you know, a chair. But okay, if someone's coming in to use the computer, that's one type of chair. If they're coming in to use a study table chair, that's a different type of chair. So like, how do you make that equitable and fair if someone comes in and wants to use two different services and their bags only fit under one of them, but they also can't leave their bags by themselves? Like, you can't leave your bags unattended. What do you do?
I'm gonna tell you this, and I think you can all agree that out of the 19 people viewing the channel, I am the biggest nerd out of all of you. Nerds, I am your king. Did you know in 40, let's say, I've been going to the library by myself since I was 10. In the 36 years I have gone to libraries, I have never, ever once had anybody address my bag. I've gone to public libraries, I've gone to university libraries, I've gone to military libraries. I have never, ever, my bag has never been an issue. I've had my bag on the table, I've had my bag on the floor, I've had my bag on my back. I've never had anybody police my bag. Excuse me.
It's a genuine question. And the thing I want to address is that the reason why libraries don't have lockers is that we don't know what's in the lockers, and it can be something that's dangerous. And I don't just mean something like kapow dangerous. It can also be something like bugs.
Oh, holy shit. You mean that's why we don't want homeless people going into libraries? Lady, you're fucking... We shouldn't have homeless people. We have homeless shelters. The homeless shelters should be helping the homeless people. Why doesn't the dentist fucking give me my eye exam? Because he's got the wrong tools. It's the wrong place. It's the wrong facility. He's got the wrong training.
Bed bugs, etc. And these are things that directly harm library materials, library furniture, in such a way that it is detrimental to everyone who uses the library. And so we have to be able to know what's in the locker. But to do that, we would have to essentially become bag police. And we don't really want to do that because that's not the service of the library.
Holy shit! The The words literally came out of her fucking mouth. She actually says it. The fucking light bulb doesn't go off here, and she's about to fucking talk for 2 more minutes. She got herself to the promised land. It's not the service of the library.
The library is not a shelter. We are not trained to be a shelter. We do not have the facilities to be a shelter, and ultimately it becomes a liability because if something is like left in the lockers and we don't know about it.
We stir our coffee.
What happens then? Are we responsible for it? It's on our property. Yeah. And it's so difficult to explain this to people in a way that is kind and understanding, and at the same time just acknowledging that there are limits to what libraries can do. This has come up in every library.
Why the fuck are you upset about the fact that you don't have lockers at the library when the library shouldn't have lockers? Like, why do I feel like this is typical white woman apologist? Stop apologizing for shit. You work at the library. I got a fucking radical suggestion to you. If you're going to be a white apologist for a problem that's not the library's problem, start a private library.
Library system where I've worked, and I've worked in several over my decade plus years of library work.
Holy fuck. Okay, so I think does anybody else with the last thing she said? First of all, no, you said library work. You've worked at several, which is 3 or more, if you're using the word several correctly. 3 or more. In your decade. Why have you had 3 different library jobs in a decade?
And it's really sad. And I wish that shelters had a better system for this, because passing off the responsibility of caring for people and their materials is something that libraries aren't equipped to do. And I would think that shelters would be more equipped to do this.
Maybe she moved. Dude, salty bread. If you're moving several times in 10 years, something's wrong.
Because they already know what people are coming in with at night, right? So
no, they don't know what people are coming in with at night. Yeah, she was encouraging the homeless to camp out in her previous libraries. The shelter doesn't necessarily always know. Every different shelter operates differently. Now, I don't have a lot of experience working at shelters because homeless women and children break my heart. I've told you guys this. I suffer from vicarious trauma. If you're not familiar with what vicarious trauma is, I don't know how to process. It's your problem. I wear those people's problems. And men at homeless shelters are fucking assholes. Look, man, I didn't make you fucking homeless. I didn't make you homeless. Why are you yelling at me? I'm trying to get you a room to sleep in where you're safe. I'm trying to get you to take off your socks and shoes so the doctor can come along and look at your feet. And then I want to get you something. Look, I understand you're hungry, but we have policy. You have to shower first. You come in, you take all the shit out of your bag. You take off your socks and your shoes. The doctor looks at your feet. Once the doctor sees your feet, we give you a towel and soap. You shower, you get clean, then you come get food. That's the policy at a shelter is broken down to me. People don't want to take off their socks and shoes to have their feet looked at. Well, then you don't want to stay here because these are our policies. Why? I don't know. Fucking the place is being sponsored by a podiatrist.
What's the big deal about having that stuff stay there during the day? And obviously, I'm sure that there are reasons for this. But when people ask me, why doesn't the library have lockers? It's because we're a library and we...
This 3-minute video just got summed up in 8 seconds.
We have to know what is going on in our library for the safety of everyone involved. We have children coming in. We have materials that we don't want bugs to ruin. And like, if you get silverfish in your library, oh my God. Oh my God. Huge issue. And so my point is that these things trickle down. So the fact that people are coming into the library with all of their stuff because they're afraid that it's going to trash them, and shelters.
Can somebody help me out? What's the shaking of the ice? She's done it like several times to like emphasize a point, like because is going to trash them. Like, is she saying ICE like immigration's custom enforcement? Because immigration custom enforcement doesn't fuck with homeless people.
Don't have a place for people to put their stuff, and we're going to see an uptick in people who are unhoused because housing itself is coming like it.
How the fuck did we get to? How did we get to people are going to get unhoused?
Nobody can.
This is, remember if she's a librarian, yeah, people are going to be unhoused because she's a liberal, bleeding heart liberal, wants to be politically correct. Just say fucking homeless. Ready? You're not, you may be in poverty, but I'll also call you poor. No, she's not shaking it as a nervous habit. She's clearly trying to shake that. It's like the third time in the video she's done it, and she's clearly trying to shake the ice to be indicative of something. And Dirty Old Sock says ICE, but ICE doesn't fuck with homeless people. ICE fucks with illegal aliens who are homeless, but ICE doesn't give a shit if you're homeless. Why is it that everybody is so goddamn afraid to just say things how it is? Do you think a and I've struggled with this one my whole life. I don't like the phrase minorities. I think minority is a condescending fucking term. But I don't know if I'm supposed to call you African American or if I'm supposed to call you black. I've been told both. I've been told both are offensive. I don't fucking know. People have said you can't call them black. They're African American. I say Africa's a continent. We don't call Irish people European American. Well, they don't know what country they're from. Great. Then they're not African American. They're fucking black. They're a black American. What's wrong with that? The Democratic Party, inside of the Democratic Party, there's the fucking Black Caucus. We have historically black colleges. So how does black become offensive? We can't call them Mexicans, we call them Hispanic, but they don't give a shit if you call them Mexicans. Trust me, they don't. Hey, you're Mexican. Well, I'm American, I'm Mexican American, but are you talking to me as an American? Or are you talking to me as a Mexican? Well, are you from Mexico? Well, my family is. They don't give a shit. They don't find it offensive. Call them Mexican American, call them Hispanic, call them Latino, Latinx, Latina, call them whatever, just don't call them late when the taco truck is coming. That's it. That's all they ask. It's 5 o'clock. Don't ask the Irish guy any questions at 5 o'clock because he's beating feet to the fucking pub. That's it. It's not fucking racist. It's not discriminatory. It's the fucking fact of reality. When did unhoused become our new word? Look, man, I want to fight a war on poverty. I don't want to fight the poor people. I want to fight the war on poverty. Period. Dot. I don't want to fight dumb people. I want to fight a failing American school system. When did we become so chicken shit? Right? When did we become so chicken shit? I'm about to fucking shit on a creator. This guy makes a bunch of content and he's a fucking tool. Right? And he's not the good kind.
So why don't libraries?
He's not the good kind of tool. He's like the fucking woodhead axe. Just because you're unique, that doesn't mean you're useful. Right?
I'm sorry, where did you get the impression that landlords build the houses or maintain them? They don't. They hire other people to do that. We can just...
I'm gonna help you out, you dumb fuck. As a landlord, when I hire you to maintain the fucking property, I'm maintaining the property. That is what maintenance is. I am exchanging money for goods and services of a maintenance guy. We run into the problem when nobody's maintaining the property.
Just cut out the middleman and pay for the construction of new housing straight from tax dollars.
We're going to pay for the construction of new housing from tax dollars. I'm sorry. I maintain things myself as well. Yeah, absolutely. You want to take my tax dollars? I'm sorry. I'm going to be for real. I'm going to be really real fucking real right now. You want to take my goddamn tax dollars, buy houses and put people in them. I don't want to live in communism.
And we can subsidize the maintenance of those homes through some kind of government assistance programs or tax rebates or something.
Tax rebates, you dumb fucking truck. Yeah, we're talking about housing projects. Because let's see, grumpy old man, aren't you near Atlanta? And aren't your housing projects the best in the... I'm sorry, some of the worst in the nation? We've tried this shit. It doesn't fucking work. Yeah, we've tried this shit. The Robert Taylor homes in Chicago. Cabrini Green in Chicago. What'd we do? We fucking tore them down. Why? Because it's dumb as fuck to give people something that they don't own, because then they don't maintain it.
Solution cannot just be, well, just continue doing what we're doing now, because this ain't fucking working.
Honestly, what's not working? Because there's a difference. There's a difference between something not working and you not liking how it works. Those are two totally different statements. What exactly isn't working?
I never said that people should be forced to build and maintain free housing with absolutely nothing in return. I'm saying that we pay for the construction and maintenance of new housing with tax dollars.
What's this we shit? You got a mouse in your pocket, son? Because I don't agree with a single fucking word you ever say on any video. If you want to live in a fucking socialist society, live in a socialist society. If you want to set up a commune, you can set up a commune in America. Believe it or not, all these motherfuckers that run around wanting to be socialist societies and live in communism, you can build a commune. I do wonder how much does homelessness and issues caused by it cost the taxpayers? A fuck ton. But here's the problem, salty bread. When you let somebody live somewhere when they don't own it, they don't take care of it.
Because that's what free means, you fucking dumbass. We wouldn't even have to raise taxes on the working class. We can just tax the shit out of the rich, like we should. Because nobody should own $400 billion fucking dollars.
Oh my god, you dumb truck. He doesn't own $400 billion fucking dollars. He has $400 billion of potential fucking wealth. It happened, yeah. So here's the thing. When you're a landlord, you have to inspect your properties at least every 6 months. And the problem is this. For a long time, first, last, and security. First month's rent, last month's rent, and a security deposit. And I always take the security deposit, and I fucking go my ass down to the bank, and I open up an escrow account, and I put the money into the fucking thing, an interest-bearing escrow account, lock it in there. I'm the only name on the escrow account, but who's ever on the lease are the beneficiaries of that account. When you're a landlord and you work with your bank, they understand that you're going to have dozens of bank accounts because you're required to, by law in my state, the security deposit must be held in escrow or in an account where the individual is the beneficiary of the account. The best way to do that is escrow, because then they can't go to the bank, find out they're on the account, and draw money against it. It's an escrow account. It always requires my signature. Money cannot move in or out of the account without my signature. For those of you that are familiar with why that's a big deal, if I know your bank account number, I can go to the bank and put money in your account. If you're not aware of that. And I can go to the bank and put money in your account and fuck with you. If you're not aware of that. Because what then happens is I can go to the bank, put money in your account, and now all of a sudden you've got money in your account and you've got to be able to explain it. You got to be able to rationalize it. I could fuck with you if I knew you were buying a house. I could go to the bank, say, yeah, I need to deposit money in this bank account. In an escrow account, that can't happen. In an escrow account, it requires all holders' signatures to move money in or out of the account. So you could attempt to put $10,000 into my escrow account, But then the bank is going to notify me and say, we have a pending transfer of $10,000. We need your signature. It's why you're supposed to set them up as escrow accounts. You hardly see people who own and live in their properties not trying to care for them unless they're physically unable to. Right. The other thing is this. Are there slumlords? Yes. Yes, there are slumlords. I am not saying we don't have slumlords. What I am saying is, how the fuck do you think they became slums in the first place? There are people who do not give a shit. There are people that do not give a shit and will fuck an entire house up. That's why I got out of the landlord business. That's why I sold off everything. I did not want to have to deal with the shit anymore. Guess what? It's okay. People are like, we shouldn't have landlords. There's more people who rent and fuck shit up than there are slumlords. Yep. But we don't want to talk about that because then we're attacking the victims. Look, I say it all the time. If you're living in an apartment, unless you are in a very, very, very small, very small group of people who being a renter makes sense, everybody should be attempting to own their primary residence because you should be in something that you get the equity out of. Slumlords still feel a need because a property management company isn't going to rent in the slums. They're either going to fix it up and price you out or sell that shit and wash their hands of the problem. Yep. And here's the other problem. A lot of times shitty people renting from slumlords call the fucking city and tell the city that the house is a slum. The city comes out, makes the house uninhabitable. And then the people put a big smile on their face when they see their landlord and they're like, ha ha, your house isn't uninhabitable. And that's when the landlord says, yeah, and these cops are here to kick you out of it. Why? Because it's uninhabitable. Oh no, you can't kick me out. You have to fix it. Where the fuck did you get to that idea? You have to get out. I have your security deposit. You've declared my building uninhabitable. You can't live there. And that's the piece that they don't get. If you're living in a fucking shithole slum, you probably can only afford to live in a shithole slum. If you go to the city and you get the building declared uninhabitable, the landlord literally just got a free eviction for all of you. Because now the city is legally obligated to get you out of there because it's uninhabitable. Well, the city told you have 60 days to fix it. And I've informed the city I have zero intention of fixing it. I have every intention of tearing the whole building down and starting over. So now the city is telling you have to go. It's not me telling you have to go. I get it. It sucks. It's a shitty situation to be in. It sucks. It's terrible. It sucks. But we got to stop making more problems to try to fix problems. It's like this one.
Sorry, where did you get
this girl is going to find, she's going to find the sport, or she's going to find the stadium, but not the sport.
Boomers wouldn't give their kids FAFSA information because then everybody would know how much they lie about their financial situation. I'm telling you, all of them are living on a house of cards where they live way above their means and try to compete with other people. And if they have to write their income on paper, then you can see that. And more importantly, the ladies in the financial office can see that because they know that's the first thing they'd be looking for is which other boomers are lying so that they can gossip to all their friends about it. They can't let that happen to them. And if you qualified for a Pell Grant, that means you made like around median income or less. You can't admit that to people. If they don't give you the information, then they can just say, well, I make too much for you to qualify anyway. What does it matter? When in reality, that's not the case. They're probably all yapping that to their friends. Yeah, I'm not giving my kids my information. What do they need it for? I make way too much money. And everybody's like, yeah. Literally everything that comes out of a boomer's mouth is a lie. It's just part of a story they have crafted, a narrative. None of them are living a real life. It's insane.
Wow. None of them are living a real life. It's insane. Okay, let me help you out. You got to the stadium. but you got the wrong sport. Look, I'm happy that you're upset that boomer parents didn't want to give their kids their financial information. Again, let's talk about the real problem. Why the fuck does my income determine whether or not my kid gets free student aid? Is it my kid's money? If I can kick... No, it's never appropriate. Why? And I will give you an example out of my life that is exactly the problem. I did not live with my parents. I lived on my own. I had to pay taxes on my own. I had to file taxes on my own. I had to have a fucking registration on my car on my own. Why the fuck can I not get federal aid? Because my dad makes too much money. I'm not talking to him. He's not supporting me. So what the fuck? Now you say, except in the cases where the adult student can show that they're living without the support of their parents. So I have to get all the way out of my parents' house before. Why isn't it just on the fucking student? Yeah, I get it. I was getting there. Why is it kids pay rent to their parents to live in the house because it's cheaper to pay your parents rent than it is to get an apartment? But then that still counts as your parents supporting you. What does it fucking matter? Why does it matter? Shouldn't if I'm taking the student loan, shouldn't my income and otherwise, let's be honest, no 18-year-old should ever fucking get student aid. If we're not going to give an 18-year-old a fucking $200,000 mortgage based on their current earnings, why the fuck would we ever finance them $158,000 for college? Last time I checked, I'm not my parents, so why do they matter in my financial situation? You know why? Because the colleges have convinced everybody that mom and dad should help you with college. Yeah, you're paying rent. You're absolutely right. But that's the problem we have. Everybody wants to start talking about a problem. But when you put your hand up and you say, you've totally missed the problem. Look, first and foremost, let's break down the problem with college. Bernie Sanders and his argument that everybody should be entitled to go to higher education. Why? Why should everyone be entitled? You know who should be entitled to go to college? Individuals that have a 3.5 or higher GPA in high school. Because shouldn't we only be sending our best and our brightest? Like, let's be honest. People took out $100,000 college loans to go to technical institutes that then closed. You got people. I have literally had people have this discussion with me, and I just shotgun blast them both barrels to the face. I had somebody tell me that their University of Phoenix online master's degree was equally weighted to my master's degree. You didn't write a thesis. You did zero research. You took 2 less classes. They're not equally weighted. Person was all mad, all upset, all pissed. We went up to the superintendent of schools, and I said, hey, can I ask you a question? They said, what? I said, you have 2 candidates standing in front of you for a teaching job. They're identical in each and every way, except one of them has a master's degree from an accredited, regional accredited school, and one of them has their degree from University of Phoenix Online. The superintendent was like, I never interview anybody with a master's degree from the University of Phoenix Online. He says, I simply don't. I simply don't want to hire those people. So I never interview them. I said, so he's like, I would rather hire somebody whose highest education is only a bachelor's degree than somebody who wasted their money to go to the University of Phoenix Online. I said, why do you feel that way? He said, because I can't trust a teacher to teach in the classrooms if they actually believe they got an education through the University of Phoenix Online. What you got to say about that? The person was like, well, shit. Why did you get a degree at the University of Phoenix Online? Because you make more money as a teacher when you have a master's degree. A master's degree from an accredited institution that has accreditation from the same accrediting institution should be considered equivalent. The problem is the University of Phoenix accreditation is bullshit. Yeah. Did they finally get their regional accreditation back? Oh yeah, they are. They got it back. Yeah, they do. Here's the problem though. Do I think that online education is valuable? Yes, I do. I absolutely do. But I think it has to be coupled with... If University of Phoenix Online was run legitimately, and they weren't literally if they weren't treating it like the club, Chris Rock's joke from the 90s, community college is the club, got $10, get your learn on. Student loan rate is 6.39. I don't think it's an outrageous rate. It's lower than a 30-year home loan. Yeah, the problem is that, and Grumpy Old Man here, I think, is where the biggest problem is. When you have a credit card, you have a 30-day grace period on the credit card before the interest starts accruing. When you have your mortgage, most of the time, you have a 60-day grace period before the first payment is due. Not always. Sometimes. Generally, if the portion of the time before the first payment is due, that's them doing the paperwork, that's usually grace. Once the account is established, then they usually kick you off a message and say, your account is now established. You get charged, yes, you get charged interest on the first payment for the house, depending on how you structure it, which is, I should probably clarify that. Depending on how you structure it. I usually structure it in such a way that, well, or maybe it's just because I don't sit around accruing interest when I don't have the ability to make the first payment. I bake all that in, but that's probably me and my lending. And then, yeah, the credit card company doesn't charge interest. Oh yeah, what? Yeah, because you've made a deal for how many payments you're gonna make. Sorry, my brain went to HELOC and my brain went to MFL. Yeah, your interest is baked into that first mortgage payment. Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking HELOC, daily accumulation. It's not. A mortgage isn't one loan of 360 payments. A mortgage is 360 loans, each with their own terms and conditions. If you need to break it down. But why is it that student loans accumulate interest for 4 years, but they don't start having you make payments when you draw the money? So here's my problem with student loans. Credit card, I get the credit card on 1 January. I can spend money on it until 31 January. On 1 February, it's due, and interest doesn't start accruing until 1 March. Because this is the payment cycle, the payment window. It's probably not 30 days, but we'll leave it at 30 days, right? Yeah, they don't require you to make payments, but you can start making payments, and you should. But what's even worse is, I've seen college kids have $25,000 in the bank. I've seen college kids with $8,000 in the bank in their freshman year, and I was like, why don't you drop that $8,000 on top of your fucking student loans? Why did you finance $20,000 if you only needed 12? Well, I want to have spending money. You're real fucking dumb. You're real fucking dumb. That's real fucking dumb. But we don't teach kids that. So kids come out of fucking college, some of their bills, yeah, probably a finance major, some of their bills have been accruing for 4 years. One of their loans has been accruing for 4 years. One has been accruing for 3. One has been accruing for 2. One has been accruing for 1. And now all of a sudden they're like, well, I only borrowed $100,000, but why do I suddenly owe $118,000? Yeah, because that first loan has 3 years of interest on it. I'm gonna go with, what do I have? 7 minutes?
Boomers wouldn't give
Last shot. We're going to talk about this one. And this is probably going to piss you guys off. This is probably going to piss you off. I turn the music off. What the fuck, Democrats? Does somebody want to what the fuck this up for me?
27 Democrats in Colorado voted against child indecent exposure being a felony. Let me say that again. 27 Democrats in office in Colorado voted against, not for, the protection of children for indecent exposure being a felony. The reason? To protect drag shows being read for story time. That's who Democrats are supporting. I don't want to hear any excuses for that. 27. 27. I do not care for a single person's explanation as to why a child, 4, 5, 6 years old, needs to see a drag show in a library or anywhere in school or anywhere in life that is not educational, that is not beneficial, and it is not protecting children. It's disgusting, and it's giving child pedo vibes. Shame on you, Democrats.
Look, I'm going to say it real quick. I hate that we turn things into the Democrats versus the Republicans. I hate that we do it. But there are some things that the Democrats do because they do it in opposition to the Republicans. I know a guy, he spent 10 fucking years and almost $50,000 appealing a sex offender registry offense. He stopped on the side of the road, went down the grass embankment a bit to piss. He just so happened to get a state trooper rolled up behind him to stop. He got hit with urinating in public, which requires him to register for the sex offender registry. Now, luckily, we have changed some of that nonsense, but 10 years and $50,000 of appealing, because once they tell you you have to register, that's it. You have appeal after appeal after appeal. Finally, it was like, I wasn't even, there were no, what, he finally got to his state Supreme Court, and they argued who was the offended party. Because at the local level, there didn't need to be a victim. And at the appellate court level, there didn't need to be a victim. He pissed in public. What fucking sense does a lot of the shit that happens? Now, are there certain places where you whip your dick out and you take a piss? You should get fucking have to register. Yeah, if you're at the playground, if you're at a little league baseball field, if you're near the school, sure. He was down the fucking side. It wasn't like he was pissing off the side of the road. He went down the grass. He wasn't even visible from the street. The worst part is at one of the stages of his appeals, he was literally told if he had pissed in a cup in his car, he could have then poured it out and had no problem. We've lost our fucking minds. we've lost our we've absolutely lost. Yeah, he took steps to hide himself, right? He took steps to not be visible. And so clearly his intent was not to be seen. Literally, if you're not familiar with 1984, the last, if you're not familiar with 1984, if you've never read it, Big Brother had 3 commands for the party. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. We are living the last one right fucking now. We are living in a fucking world right now where ignorance is celebrated. Like, look, if I'm wrong about something, bring the receipt. But I've upped my standards, now up yours. Everything today, everything I talked about, and I have like 3 more pages of shit I could have talked about. I have notes. I have receipts. I did my research. It was very Terry frisks and all that. That's from my pre-law time. I made sure to dust it off. I appreciate the police officer's perspective. I don't agree with it. I appreciate the perspective. I think eventually they stuck around and they see, like, I wasn't saying that it was impossible, but I was saying that a lot of police officers make the mistake of finding something on a Terry frisk and trying to introduce it, when if you get to a point on a Terry frisk where you think there might be other contraband, if you're not 100% certain you can get it in through the exclusionary, then you just continue your investigation. And sometimes you gotta let a criminal go. So, and that's the one thing that police officers have to, I think they need more training with. Sometimes we want police officers to fight the fights that need fighting. But a police officer is supposed to only fight the fights they can win. If you can't win it, then you waste an awful lot of manpower. You waste an awful lot of time, effort, energy, resources, and credibility, and integrity, and reputation. Police officers should be, I'm only going to swing at what I can hit. Only shoot at what you can kill. No, really bad example. I shouldn't have pulled that one out. One shot, one kill is what I was going for, but bad example. We're living in a fucked up world. It's a fucked up world. With that said, thank you to everybody who shows up. Thank you to everybody who stays when I say something that makes your blood boil. Thank you to everybody who brings in stuff, who wants to challenge stuff. I am trying to grow the brand. I'm trying to grow the channel. I'm in a lot of places now. Yeah, we should put Lord of the Flies, Animal Farm, 1984, Fahrenheit 451, Ender's Game, and A Separate Piece back into the schools. You should have to read Lord of the Flies, Animal Farm, 1984. Yeah, Fahrenheit 451 is in Orwell. Neither's Lord of the Flies. And neither's Ender's Game. And neither's A Separate Piece. These are all things that we read back in my age. We spent junior year reading Shakespeare. We spent freshman year reading Ender's Game. Ender's Game and Ender's Game and Lord of the Flies and A Separate Piece was freshman year. Animal Farm and something else was sophomore year. Junior year was all Shakespeare, which I still had to read even though I was at the university. And then senior year, I don't think it was Moby Dick. Might have been Moby Dick. And then senior year was Fahrenheit 451, 1984, I had to read those, which was stupid because I fought with my high school about it. I was like, why am I having to do the reading at the high school level when I've already passed English 101, English 102, speech, and American literature? And they said, because we said so. And I said, okay, I guess I'll read them. With that said, Slaughterhouse 5, we did not read in high school. I don't think I've ever been assigned to read that. I've read it, but I've never been assigned to read it. I'm trying to think. I think there was one more. I had to read. Now it'll bother me. I'll have to ping some people that I knew in high school. Be like, what the fuck? What am I kidding? All the people I still know from high school can't remember what they fucking watched on Pornhub yesterday, let alone what they read 30 years ago. Anyway, thank you to everybody who's been supporting all of the things I do. I did mention it earlier in the show. I am trying to get this monetization thing going in the right direction. There's a project I want to work on. And projects that you want to work on require money. And I don't want your money. I want to grow the brand, so advertising. I want other people's money. I don't want your money. You need your money. So if you want to help me out, spread the good word around. I shouldn't say the good word. I apologize. It's got too much religious overtone to it. That's everything I'm working on right now. So if you've never been to paradoxgaming.net, check it out. I've got game articles there. I've got content creator articles there. I've got political articles there. Lots of stuff. Tomorrow is Thursday. I will be back here playing some Once Human. And then Friday, more politics. Saturday, video games. And then next week. I will tell you in September, I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy. And October, Bloodlines 2 is finally launching. So I'll be covering that as well. I will see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of